Oh wow.
Hey,
Just
made it.
just in time, just in time.
Okay.
So it's Peacemaker Thursday. Let's
Woohoo.
go. Ah, well, another
Yes,
another
well,
another
another banger
DCU,
from James Gunn.
another product made by James Gunn with tropes patented by James Gunn, written
Uh,
and created and directed by James Gunn.
at least
Um,
this is the last one for a while. We have a break.
yeah, except for that saga called Twitter.
Oh, yes.
That'll never go away.
No.
Yeah, so welcome back. Another Review Score podcast, episode 86. We are talking about Peacemaker season 2. Um, before we get into the semantics of what that really means and all that stuff, is the season good or not? We'll find the answers to these questions.
That's a
Uh,
discussion, yes.
I'm back here with Operation Bagel. What's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? Been a while.
Yeah. Um, so you know, the story of Peacemaker is that there was this film in 2021 called The Suicide Squad, directed and written by the one and only James Gunn, and it's pretty much regarded as probably the best DCEU film, like by a wide
But
margin.
yeah,
Yeah, so and there was this character in the film, Peacemaker, played by John Cena. And yeah, and one of the things that came out of that, at least back in the time, I think it was Hamato who was in charge at the time. He was asked like if you were to make a show out of any of the characters from the Suicide Squad, who would you want it to be? And his immediate answer was Peacemaker because he felt like there's just a lot to do with him and all this stuff. So that's why he picked Peacemaker. But technically, any of the characters from the Suicide Squad was on the table if they wanted to do like Bloodsport or Ratcatcher 2 or, Harley Quinn again, I guess. But yeah. Um, so you got the Suicide Squad, you got Peacemaker. Peacemaker season 1 came out in 2022, so 3 years ago. I will be honest, I at the time I only watched like half of it, and it's only because like I thought the jokes were just so fucking bad. Um, I really could not stand the jokes and the humor and all that stuff, and it's probably like one of those things like I think like Gunn's ability to write a TV show was always kind of like it's too much screen time, I think, for him. Like everything gets elongated, like whether it be like maybe some of his good scenes or his good character work and all that stuff here and there, but then so does the jokes, and the jokes are I don't think I've laughed at any of them. But I will say, I think the second half of the season improves a lot. That's when they, take it a little bit more seriously in terms of the alien invasion, which is Project Butterfly and all that stuff, and the Mothra sort of things with the
Okay.
face butterfly stuff. I'm not gonna lie and say like I purely remember season 1 so well, but that doesn't really matter because well now the DC universe, the hierarchy of the DC universe has changed. So yeah, now with Gunn in charge of the DCU moving forward and all that stuff, it kind of goes back to his two projects of the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker season 1, and what do we do
Well,
with
like 80% of Peacemaker, yeah.
yeah, so what do we do with that canon? And I don't know. Like We'll
Yeah, but
just
yeah,
like
but, you know,
we'll take parts of it. And the whole logic of it is that anything that is mentioned from Creature Commandos onwards, a fantastic show written and created by James Gunn. Um, anything from there or Superman written and directed and created by James Gunn, or Peacemaker season 2 written, created and directed by James Gunn. Those are like the ones where you'll consider as the true canon. Anything from those projects that references the stuff from the Suicide Squad or Peacemaker season 1 written and created by James Gunn, those will be considered as canon. But anything not mentioned or anything that seems kind of off or like it doesn't really apply, those won't count. So it has to be said by James Gunn either through the actual media or through his podcast and his Twitter threads and all
yeah,
that.
everything else is called an imperfect memory.
It's an imperfect memory because, well, you see the post-crisis comics do that too. It's like,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
everybody loves that about DC Comics. Um, one second.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that's how the laws of the DCU work. So anything, pretty much anything that comes out of Gunn's mouth, whether it be through his characters or through him via the
Because yapping.
podcast or the yap or the interviews or anything, then is considered canon. But it's like, oh, what about Blue Beetle? I okay.
I,
I will say, I technically he did not bring up Blue Beetle, but there's you can always say no comment, or he's not in this show, but he will show up one day. Like, I don't know, is that a crazy thing to do? Because yeah, now the show has like a big like talking point in terms of like, oh, well, you went through this whole season and you were probably waiting for the cameos because I mean maybe Gunn like was talking about cameos and all that stuff, and that's all you were there to wait for and all that stuff, and you didn't care about the characterization. Well, no, I didn't really care about the characterization. That is true, but I also don't care about the cameos either, because why should I?
what do you mean? Why should you? You know, you gotta get excited. It's hype. But
Yeah, it's
I do
yeah,
think he
yeah.
shot himself in the foot a little with that.
Oh,
Because
a little.
probably more than a little. Because
Yeah.
that was because he said the finale will have huge was this it's like huge names, right? Or is it like the last episodes will have these big characters from the DCU. And this
So
was after
the
Luxor,
only
right?
yeah the only thing I can really think is probably he was referring to Foxy Shazam.
Oh,
That's what I'm guessing what he meant by that. But it's like, it might be cool to you, but I don't know if it's cool to everybody. So there's that. Foxy Shazam, Nelson. Yeah,
yeah.
we'll get to the finale in a second. It is the one episode that kind of unanimously, or not unanimously, of course, but like it is
Has faced
polarizing.
some backlash.
Yeah. But the reasoning for the backlash is all over the place as usual. So yeah. So again, we're operating on a franchise where season 1 is kind of like, it happened, but did everything from season 1 or the Suicide Squad happen? No. How will you know that? Well, if you watch the podcast cast of season 1, Gunn, Jennifer Holland, Stephen Agee, and some guests here and there, they come in episode for episode and they talk about these are the things that are canon, these are the things that are not canon. Now, some of the things that he says are canon, not canon, is just like some of the jokes that Peacemaker made, like, oh, Mad Eater Lad was doing this. Superman has a poop fetish. Green Arrow is a fashion, whatever, like that kind of stuff. Like those are the things that he kept tackling. It's like I don't know. It's pretty clear that Peacemaker was just talking shit out of his ass about the you know internet Reddit theories. So, which was never funny to me, by the way. Uh, so yeah, so that's kind of like the thing about it. Maybe there's some like interesting plot points here and there, or like behind the scenes discussions of like how they did something like that or how they filmed that. They bring back uh Chiwetel, not Chiwetel, Mern's actor, which by the way, what a massive downgrade from him to Rick Flag Sr. But we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the basically that's kind of like what we're dealing with in terms of that. Another popular example is that in Creature Commandos, another and directed by James Gunn, is that they were already kind of talking about things from the Suicide Squad that kind of didn't add up. Like Weasel was apparently in the fight of Project Starfish. Fantastic character. I love him so much. And I mean, they reference the stuff that like Waller is like not uh in a good position because her daughter outed her out to the news and all that stuff. So that was still canon and all that stuff. And episode 1 for season 2, it does do like a recap into the DCU and all that stuff, and it has some scenes here and there from season 1, but then there are some moments that are different. Like for example, Peacemaker is about to vomit, and he says, "It reminds me of the time when I was with Green Lantern," but he seemed to kind of like it. And then they do the Justice, and then I need you to call the Justice Gang from Adebayo. And then the Justice Gang is replacing the Justice League's scene. And all they had is just 2 lines. This fucking idiot. He called me a puke freak. Ha 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 ha. So funny. Yeah, so hilarious.
That's
And
Supergirl were there too, because
yeah,
Superman's many adventures together.
Yes, and that's what Gunn said through threads. Yeah, but here's my thing is like the DC wiki actually includes stuff from his threads into the canon. So it's like, for example, like, at some point after Commandos, Rick Flag dyes his hair black, and then the source comes from his threads post from like, I don't know, 2024 January, whatever. So it's like, okay, so are we going to do this for every fucking thing? So yeah, now Supergirl and Superman have been together for multiple adventures because that's what he said on his threads. And it's like, okay, now I have a question about Superman because like you remember when I was having this conversation with you back when episode 1 came out, is like there are just so many questions from why Superman and Supergirl would not talk about Krypton at all in the context of its plot. Oh, that's a future plot line. No, it isn't. It's not. It's in the movie. You have time to address it right now, and you chose not to do it. You chose to put the character in just to have a drunk girls sorority bitch kind of thing with Supergirl. It's my dog. Thanks for watching him, bitch. Yeah, so like that it's like you did that, and it's like, oh, but did you not read Woman of Tomorrow? You mean Woman of Tomorrow, the comic that had her drunk for 2 pages and that's it? And even that, I don't even think it's that. It's not. And people keep saying, "Oh, it's because she's sad about Krypton." It was her 21st birthday. It was her 21st birthday. She got over that shit. Not entirely, of course, but like, I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like people like kind of overcomplicate people's feelings about certain things just because, like, oh, it doesn't make sense for one day to get over it. I mean, sometimes that is what happens. It's not a problem. And like even then, like Supergirl is still able to like not make it everybody else's problem and everything like that. She can internalize herself. Like, I don't know. I just that goes into the Tom King logic, who's the main pillar of the DCU. He's going to get his adaptation of Mr. Miracle and Adam Strange and all that stuff, the fucking garbage shit. But like, he'll be comic accurate, but fuck everybody else, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, Superman and Supergirl have been on adventures a lot because Gunn said so, and yeah. So not one point did they ever have a conversation where Superman would think, "Hey, actually, that Krypton shit that like or I don't know how to say it,
Car,
but you
can
know
I
what I'm
talk to what the fuck?
yeah, so it's like, yeah, they never talked about Krypton at any point. So it's like maybe that thing didn't make sense because Supergirl and we've talked to each other for like months, and like she never mentioned anything about this. It's like, okay, I guess, I guess, I guess. So that's how the
Yes.
intro of the episode works. So the true intro of the episode is well, now the QUC, the quantum unfolding chamber that Peacemaker has, like it's like a pocket dimension that like pretty much has all of his Peacemaker stuff in it. So now it's like a giant pocket dimension, like in the sense that like now there's like so many doors and like so many gateways and like so many places to go, and I don't recall it ever being that big in the first season. But I mean, to be fair, Gunn said in season 1 that he forgot that the chamber was like in a bookshelf, not in like a closet door. So that's one thing that you could say, not canon from season 1 to season 2. Season 2 is the true DCU canon. I don't know. Maybe you should pay attention or something. I don't know.
It's your own project. It's embarrassing.
Yeah. So luckily, so here's the thing. He goes in there because Eagly wants to go out. It's snowing outside. It's cold and all that stuff. This is set, I think, about 6 months before the plot. So that's going to be important because the way it operates is that. So here's another thing: the timeline in the episodes do jump a lot here and there. So I'm going to try to be as try to describe it as best as I can. So it takes place 6 months before Superman, which is in the summer of 2025. So this is around like maybe December of 2024, maybe something like that. So he's going into the QUC to allow Eagly to fly because it's too cold outside to go. Fair enough, okay. And then while he's flying around, Peacemaker, he is kind of tired, but like he sees like the alien that always drops a alien mouse into a fireplace and does nothing else, and all this stuff. And then he can't find Eagly, but Eagly he gets caught up into like a door, scratching at it, thinking like it's very similar to the door that Peacemaker has. And it turns out that actually that door is an alternate universe where Peacemaker, Keith, his older brother, and Augie, his dad, are all considered as superheroes. They're called the Top Trio, and they have all these like accolades and certificates and like memorabilia and all that stuff. They stopped a crime in Arkham Asylum. They stopped the Ultra Humanite in that's what it was, the Ultra Humanite in Gotham and all that stuff. Easter eggs that I pointed and clapped at. um, yeah, but while he's like trying to look there, he then comes across his dad, Augie. If you remember in the last season, he did kill his father because his father is a Nazi Klansman basically. But yeah, the White Dragon. So he ran away and then he came back, and then you get your new title sequence song.
Julian.
keep on going on. Yeah. Yeah. So I know there's a big comparison. Like, which one is better, season one stance or season two stance? I think I like season one stance a little more because it's shorter.
Yeah,
And this one I felt like was more spoilery. Cause
yeah, I can
like
see that because if you're,
Because like the big thing here is like they added the alternate versions of Harcourt, Augie, and Keith, but they don't put Peacemaker from the alternate Earth. So it's like you've already kind of told me that I don't think the alternate Peacemaker is there for that long. That's one. And two, you kind of already told me that you already showed me Blue Dragon in his costume, Keith in his costume, and then you have two versions of Jennifer Holland in the dance sequence. It's like you're kind of already telling me what I need to know. Now, in terms of like the emote that Fortnite got rid of because they learned what it was actually referencing, and all that stuff, it's just it's funny now, and it is. But I'll give it that it's kind of smart in the way that you don't really think about it until the
so the
twist that
big reveal.
happens. Yeah, it's just more funny because like Fortnite had it and then they had to get rid of it.
So, oh shit.
Wait, that's SpongeBob dropping the ice cream truck. In the yeah, and lived. So, that was kind of my comment. So, well, outside of that, it's like first thing, same password and everything from the the Earth X store. Oh wait, I can't spoil that.
Oh,
The alternate
oh,
Earth.
forget that audience.
Yeah. So, same password and everything. So just very convenient, I guess.
There's going to be a lot of the same, a lot, despite the vastly different history of this Earth. Let's just say.
Yeah, yeah. The dance really does spoil everything, given how Chris is barely in the Peacemaker suit in the dance itself. They have the Earth X versions of. I can't keep hiding that. Okay, of the characters and their dancing, except for the Peacemaker of that Earth. So that was just kind of my thing. Eagly was hitting that shit though, so that was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently James Gunn was the one who did that, so as the model for the Eagly CGI to do that. That's cool, I guess. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on the opening. I remember Frank Grillo. We're gonna talk about him a lot. He was saying like how when he was asked to do the dance, like he thought it was stupid. It's like, okay, Mr. Cool Guy.
Mm-hmm. Let this be an omen of things to come with that character.
Yeah. Another thing was like there at the time was like how he made a comment about like how Ballerina would have done way better if Jennifer Holland was the lead and all that stuff. It's like, yeah, I mean, I like Jennifer and all. I don't think that's true. You're just not being star from Anna, so. Not that the movie was good, but I mean, I'm not a big John Wick guy to begin with, so there's that. Yeah, so it starts off with ads and Kia on a break. Not really much to say because they don't really focus a lot on it.
Yeah, I think we see Kia like 2 other times in the whole season.
Yeah. Basically, they're kind of upset with Leota that like she's still like pursuing this like spy thing, despite everything that's happened with Waller and everything like that. So they're on a break for that particular reason. We kind of get a little bit more later, so I guess I'll come back to that later. So she goes to pick up Peacemaker, who's in his costume and helmet, for the only time in the show.
Actually unbelievable.
It's actually insane.
This
It's
is
it, it's
crazy.
it's a reverse MCU show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she gives Peacemaker a ride. Basically, he wants to go somewhere to be a true superhero, essentially. And he asked a few things like if Hardcore said anything about him recently. Don't know. It's a mystery box. Peacemaker wants to be a superhero, but thinks that the other metahumans are dicks. So one that's already a comment to us from the beginning that Peacemaker is not a metahuman, and that does get recontextualized again, like even later that yeah he's not a metahuman. Um, Also fantastic. It's great to know that the Justice Gang are dicks. So that's nice. We already knew that though.
They gotta be, ragtag uh anti-heroes.
Ragtag team of super bitches.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when Peacemaker makes it over to the place where the Justice Gang, for some reason, why they're in Washington State and all that stuff, that was the thing that's kind of confusing me.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
look at
that
the significance.
yeah, they're just there to do tryouts, and then like you get like White Rabbit come out of the room crying and all that stuff, and yeah,
It's White
that's
Rabbit.
yeah. One, what I found hilarious is like people using this as evidence as like, see, the Batman can't fit in this universe because why would he have a supervillain that looks like this? Gunn does not know she's a fucking Batman villain. Let's be fucking honest. He said verbatim that like it's like I thought her costume was stupid. So there you go. And then it's like, oh, I'm supposed to expect that he knows about uh, White Rabbit is an Indian woman who has this thing that turns her into an albino white rabbit, Jana Hudson, and all this stuff. So it's like, yeah, I'm supposed to expect him to know that, and of course he didn't. So because some people were not
Yeah,
happy
he
about it.
does. He's their comic guy. He knows everything. He's never been wrong about any facts about any of the characters.
It was like, who cares about White Rabbit? And it's like, I understand that, but like, I don't know. It's just like what was kind of weird is like they were commenting on people who were like not happy about it because like they didn't cast an albino woman, Indian woman, for the role. And it's like, why would it matter anyway? She's only in there for like 2 seconds. It's like that's not, but like that's not the character's fault. That's just how Gunn wanted to treat her like a slut shame. Wow, a chance to dunk on women. Surely Gunn doesn't do that.
Mm-hmm. Surely.
Yeah. So you know, but yeah, I still thought like it was a dumb thing to say like the Batman is not canon for this. Now I have been like the Batman truther and all that stuff, but I was more like I just want to see Robert Pattinson with David Cornsweet, Superman, and all that stuff because I think they're both just like kind of the best castings you can do, and they just work well together, or they would work well together. But my problem is like once Superman is not a good film, yeah, I don't want the Batman to be a part of the universe. It's just that simple. It's unfortunate though, like kind of wasting my time, all this stuff. So that's unfortunate. Um, yeah. So it's hilarious that the Justice Gang thinks he can't hear him, so they have a button that allows one person to speak at a time, but then the another button that allows the full room to speak. So every time Peacemaker is asked a question and he's answering, honestly as to like what does he feel about himself and what does he bring to the table and all that stuff. You have Guy giving his stuff like being homophobic as a joke.
Hooray! Great.
Guy saying that Peacemaker killing people is wrong, which is like
You know who you're
you're
sitting next to?
yeah. So really funny, really funny.
Yes, I'm dying.
So yeah, and then when Peacemaker said he has skill in hand to hand combat, then Guy says like that means he's volatile. It's like what? Volatile.
Just yeah, just for being like having the skill, not I don't know, it's weird. Just
Would
to
you
be
say
like,
this?
oh,
Would you say this about Batman? It's like I don't know.
I
Yeah. So Maxwell Lord, played by Sean Gunn, brother of James Gunn.
I still think that's a miscast. I just don't really feel him.
Yeah,
I don't
there's
know.
like two. There's like two characters. It's like yeah, Timothy Oliphant could work for that. Either Maxwell Lord or Rick Flag Sr. Oh. I actually like Jeffrey Dean Morgan, the suggestion a lot for Rick Flag Sr. I mean, he looks more like Rick Flag Sr. from the actual artwork that they had from the beginning. The one with like the white beard but the blackish kind of hair.
Yeah, the
The
first
first initial
look
Rick
of
Flag from
Creature
Creature
Commandos.
Commandos. I
Yeah.
think that looks way more like Jeffrey Dean Morgan than anything. So yeah, but we'll get to Rick in a second. Actually, he's in the second episode. Thank God.
Okay.
Um, yeah. So Maxwell Lord. Yeah. No, yeah. No. I just don't like Sean is being serious, but like that's not really my problem. He just doesn't look like I would take somebody serious as Maxwell Lord. It's just that simple, really. He says that the Justice Gang are trying to avoid casualties right now. Well, they try to avoid casualties, and the metahumans right now are in like a form of distrust because they can't afford his services. Now, to me, that is a fair reason why to not have Peacemaker on your Justice Gang team, if that's what you want to say. I was like, the metahumans right now, they're not in a great place politically as of right now, so we don't really want to deal with somebody who would be killing for us and all that stuff. Fair. But then you know, but the problem is like it's coming off of being assholes to Peacemaker, which but I mean he said metahumans are dicks. I know, but they are the Justice Gang. So far, because we have no Justice League, so I'm surely that we can at least have some people who are not dicks. And even if you want to say, oh, that's like a Guy Gardner trait, I mean, Hawkgirl is also there too. Um, this is crazy that this is the most lines Hawkgirl had, and that includes Superman. And most of it, and some of it is about popcorn in her ass. So
Yeah. Show don't tell. Run.
that's true. That is true. So yeah, they don't like. So when Peacemaker was about to relive his trauma, then they kind of groan about it. Like, don't you guys have fucking traumas? Like, I don't know, Guy, weren't you the one who got hit by a bus trying to save a bunch of kids and got beat by your father and all this stuff? Or Hawk earlier, your family died in a car crash and you tried to commit suicide and all that stuff. Oh wait, but Gunn doesn't know that about Hawk Girl. He only knows that she's with John Stewart in a different universe that's not even the same Hawk Girl. So,
Listen
but
to
then here
such a confusing history, Lamau.
on her anniversary post, yeah, no, really annoying, especially for Hawk Girl because like Hawk Girl really has like a lot you can do, but like he's just so adamant on like yeah, I'm not gonna bother because like the lore is confusing, so don't try. And then
Great attitude.
like yeah, let's do all this glazing for John Stewart, light skinned John Stewart, and then yeah, for a relationship that's not even the right hawk girl that we're talking about, and even then that's a bad relationship too. It's like it's fine in the DCAU, but that's not canon. So, but like I don't know.
Yes.
Not yet. Yeah. So yeah, that's great. No wonder. I'm glad Mr. Terrific wasn't here because yeah, he would not be this much of a dick. Going on in this scene. Yeah. So, and what benefit does that really have for them being dicks? Nothing really. Nothing.
Besides
Um.
jokes.
Yeah, just a lot of jokes. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. So now they realize that the mics haven't worked because Peacemaker has pointed it out. Are you able to hear us? Yes. How about now? Yes. Damn it. Who wired the mics? Guy. No, it wasn't me. It was this other guy. He's not supposed to touch the audio system. Is that why we've been having a bad day all day? I maybe that's why that woman started crying because I commented on her camel toe 30 times.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, being sexist is funny. Yeah, and it reminded me of Deadpool 3 all over again, like where the character wants to be on a one particular team because of the meta knowledge, even though there's no chance in hell that there aren't other super teams in the DC universe specifically. So it's like, oh, the Justice Gang don't want me. I'm sure there's another team to go on. I mean, like, you have. I mean, Gunn told me that the DCU has had metahumans for 300 years, so it's like surely there's like other like people or teams or something to do. I guess not. Um, go find Bloodsport. Actually, never mind. He did shoot you. Yeah, I don't think the Suicide Squad is gonna fit that. Okay, you're better off with man, but we'll get to that. Yeah, and my own personal opinion on that is like I don't know. It just comes off as like big baby behavior. Like, why a hero cares so much about being on a team, and then the lesson is to make your own team. Like, what am I gonna like? I'm gonna do Captain Britain, but he's like, oh, he's upset that he can't join the X-Men. So then he learns to make Excalibur. I mean, okay, that's not really a lesson. That's just make your own team. And then Deadpool does it like 3 times in all of his movies. So let's make a new team. Yeah. Next is Harcourt is being diagnosed with toxic masculinity.
Okay.
All right. So, and this is where we learn off
diagnosis.
Yeah. And this is where we learn off screen that Waller is going through a congressional hearing, but she has the power to prevent Harcourt to be blacklisted from the CIA, NSA, and Argus because of what she did during Project Butterfly. Now, I thought it was because, well, Harcourt did kill like an innocent cop in the ending of season 1. But I don't know if that's canon anymore because,
Just who knows?
what is canon now?
Canon can be whatever I want.
Yeah. But they do kind of explain it later as to why Harcourt is being blacklisted by Waller. Now, I don't know about like it sticking, but I think the more important thing right now is like, what exactly did Waller do that caused her to be fired? And this is like where the theories come in because originally the rumor was that, well, it's not a rumor. Gunn said it himself in the thing that like Waller was supposed to come out before Peacemaker season 2, or it was supposed to, or it was like at least said in the list that it was going to happen before season 2. So it's like I don't know if that would have, and I don't know if like that's going to be like a thing where like season 1 is going, like Waller's going to explain like if it even happens, it's going to explain like how she got fired because like otherwise like there's nothing in Creature Commandos where she was last seen that indicates where she would have gotten fired because she's the one who tasked the bride to be the leader of the new Creature Commandos team. So
Yeah,
she's
all they
definitely
said there
not
was that they said she couldn't
fired.
use
Yeah,
humans anymore.
yeah,
And
that was it. That was the
it
only
seemed to be like,
demotion
yeah,
is that
fine by the end. But
you
then I
can't
guess we're
do.
like, wait, no, now we'll punish you more. I guess that's
Yeah,
how it works.
but the thing is, like, they never explained like why she was like fired. It's like, and she was not in Superman, so we don't know anything as to like why she was fired between Creature Commandos and now. It's like unless she was fired for something she did in, unless she was fired for Peacemaker, which Peacemaker could be fine if that was like what happens because Leota did snitch on her mom and all this stuff. But that's not true because Creature Commandos is canon to the DCU, so it's like, and and it addressed season one of Peacemaker where she was demoted and cannot use like the Task Force X to have humans anymore, but she can do with the monsters or stuff like that. So it's like, I don't know. It's like that's already kind of in your plot. So I don't really see. And then the show doesn't end with her like doing something controversial or anything like that. I mean, I guess like ordering the monsters to kill Alana, the American ally, would make sense, if the show chose to remember that. But it no, that's not what happened. So she was not punished for that. Because honestly, for me, it's like I think that would have been that could have been a decent explanation as to like why Waller got fired. It's like, yeah, the bride did kill Alana. We don't know if that whole like subplot about like her, taking over the planet and all this stuff was going to be real or not. Because the show doesn't let Alana talk at all. Um, yeah, let me explain your motivations for you.
Yeah, the person who
So
knows them.
yeah, fantastic writing. And then yeah, but then for Waller, it's like okay, I mean that could kind of be something that's like, okay, you ordered a monster to go to another country and kill their leader, who is an American ally. Almost like, I don't know, like what happened in Superman, the Suicide Squad, like it happened in all these projects, bro.
This is the third.
Yeah. Technically, they killed a senator in Peacemaker season one, but to be fair, the senator was corrupted by a moth, so there was that.
So yeah. But I guess we're really just supposed to believe that, like, later on they just punish her more for the Task Force X stuff, because that's the only thing said, because of Adebayo outing her.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, this and because like Creature Commanders gives us nothing, so it's like we really, and the season two also gives us nothing as to like what else was she, what was added to the reason that she got fired. It's like, no, she's gonna go to congressional hearings now. Um so yeah, that part just doesn't add up. It's like, I don't know if there is like a Waller show that is supposed to explain that. One, it's gonna be fantastic to watch a show set before Peacemaker season two. And then you just have to do all that time hopping, jumping shit to like figure that out. If that is what's gonna happen, but I don't think that's what's gonna happen because since when has Gunn been consistent lately? Yeah, so right now, yeah, so she goes, she's upset, she punches her dad, her knuckles bleed. And she's fired from everything and all that stuff. So big, big, big problems. Uh, no, there's like this big deal about a boat moment that happened because Harcourt was on alcohol and Peacemaker's so mad to the point where he goes home to do a bong and then eventually does the action that he does later in episodes. And yeah, one of my, and then this is kind of the inciting incident as to like what causes one Peacemaker to go back to the world 6 months later after he first saw it. Um, and then we also learned that whatever this boat incident happened was a month ago. So quite some time for this natural progression of events to be happening and all this stuff. I mean, there was an orgy. So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole conversation. That was where the whole conversation is like, how are you going to expect kids to watch a show to understand the DCU, and they can't watch the show because it's rated R or MA or anything like that? It's like, bro, you don't need to watch all these projects to understand stuff. Yeah, but what if you're a completionist? Why is that like such a bad thing to ask?
I don't know.
Because like you keep saying like this whole thing is like, oh, you can pick and choose like what projects you want to go, and it's like a comic book because like you can pick up an issue and like just start reading and all that stuff. Yeah, you can do that. You can also pick up the beginning like a normal person. So, and then I don't know what to tell you. It's like I like the logic as to like, oh, it's like a comic book. I can pick it up and like I can pick up anywhere. Yeah, I can read the middle of like I'll read like issue 8 of All Star Superman. Yeah, I could do that, but I could also start from the beginning. And it's like, yeah, I understand. Like,
likely to do.
now obviously, it's like if you talk about like New 52 or like long form stories and all that stuff, it's like I get that, but like even if I don't want to use the comic book logic at all, it's like I want to watch all the projects because I'm a fan of DC and I want to understand what's going on. And like if I want to watch these projects and like there's this whole like alienation as to like, oh, if you don't understand or you're not allowed to watch because you're not in the right age group, fuck it. That's your fault, I guess.
Should have been born earlier. Skill issue.
Yeah. Now I will say, I mean, this show, in terms of like, oh, I mean, like the show is like you can clearly watch Man of Tomorrow and like understand Superman 2. It's not even Superman 2, it's a Man of Tomorrow. You can understand it without watching Peacemaker season 2 because like if you look at the finale, like there's just nothing. There's nothing from Peacemaker season 2 that applies to that. And you know what's interesting when you say that comment is like nothing applies because nothing led up to this moment. It came out of nowhere. It chose to be the way that it did. It insisted upon itself. So yeah, the reason why like nothing like you can watch like that and like understand it is like, well, you don't really need the context because the context makes no fucking sense. But we'll get to that. Yeah, so Peacemaker's on drugs. But he still goes to the QUC while the party's still going on and all this stuff. Adrian is a lot more kiddie than season 1. Like he's just talking all about these owls and bugs and all this stuff. And Gunn has talked about like how there are things that he's interested in, so he had Adrian just say them. Oh, it's like I love crows. Okay. I mean, I know Gunn puts himself into all of his characters, but it gets to a point. We'll talk about Adrian in a second, but like so he explains to John Economos that John is like keeping an eye on Peacemaker in his house. And Peacemaker was hoping to be viewed as a hero for Project Butterfly, but that didn't really happen. I don't know, because the plot said so. Economos is staying on Argus so that Flag Senior can keep an eye on Chris. Okay, fine, fair enough. Chris is on priority 1 because of the QUC could tear up the planet. So this thing that was like not really important in Peacemaker season 1 is like the biggest deal ever. Because of what Lex did in Superman. And Chris goes into the QUC, goes to the alternate Earth while the order's going on and the door's still open. They do this thing where Keith, who is Peacemaker's older brother, is an adult in this universe. And so what are you doing here? I thought you were in Bloodhaven.
Well, it's was it because that's a certain way of pronouncing it? They're foreshadowing for a twist.
Yeah. No, it reminded me of Cersei, in Creature Commandos, which was so annoying. Yeah, Bloodhaven. It's Bloodhaven. Come on, dude. Blood thought he was cooking.
Blood thought he was cooking.
Yeah. Yeah, um so Peacemaker, he does like chill with older Keith and Augie, and they're just having kind of fun while he's listening to them talk and all that stuff. They were referencing the time where like a bunch of imps from Candyland was like clawing at their feet and all that stuff. So
Oh, I forgot that gets talked about here.
yeah. There's a real family dynamic with the bro and dad. How could they possibly be Nazis? Um, I'm also kind of like indifferent to like, would they really not notice Chris acting differently? I mean, they do say that it's like he's been acting kind of weird lately and all this stuff. But yeah, no, that's just kind of like that's kind of that. Um, then they cut to the bar fight scene with Harcourt, and you can clearly tell that they put a lot of effort into this, and respect to Jennifer and all that stuff. But I just did not feel any aura in that scene. I mean, because one, it was like really long. She was fighting everybody, and then it's like also like 1v5 and all that stuff, and breaking limbs and stuff like that. It's just like I don't know. It's like for me, the fight just wasn't really interesting to me. It's just kind of like when the bride killed like the two abusers in the brothel scene. It's like I know it's like it's meant to be like that really badass moment, but I just don't really care for it personally. It's not really doing anything for me. Like in Peacemaker season 1, when she hits that one guy who was like commenting at her, that was like it was quick, straight to the point, and like got everything it wanted to say about Harcourt in that one moment. I don't know. It's like this whole thing is like it drags out for the sake of having more action, for having more blood, and like having that kind of stuff. I mean, Harcourt does lose. She does get bloodied, and they throw her out, and all that stuff. But I don't know. It's just like I just didn't really care for the bar fight, um, and all that.
Yeah, I mean, same. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, off to a great start this season.
Yeah. So she just lost the QUC opening. So now it's like, so it turns out that they've been keeping an eye on. So this is something that's revealed a little later, but like it's revealed that like Peacemaker has been on surveillance for the last 8 months. And whenever he steps into the QUC, there is like a marital device that allows him to see extraterrestrial activity being used. So one time they saw it being activated, but they thought it was like a glitch or something like that. And it makes me think, it's like, are you really trying to tell me that he's only been to the QUC once in 8 months and all that stuff? Especially since like they've had a surveillance on him for 8 months. So it's like there's no way that like he's only been there one time. It's like because his suit and like his helmets, they come from the QUC. He needs to go in there in order to be there. And then the only reason why they're taking it more seriously now is because after Superman, that happened 1 month before this season, that when Lex Luthor like used the dimensional device to tear a hole through the planet, and that's totally fine and normal. Um, Now they're treating it like, oh, this is like the exact same energy signature as Lex's thing that happened a month ago. So what we thought was a glitch a few months before, that's actually a real thing, and we should take it seriously and all this stuff. It's like, I don't know. There's no way that like the glitch happens one time because again he uses that QC for like his other stuff. So like, there's no way that, and he says like he's like had Eagly go fly in there because it's like too cold outside and all that stuff. So he does use it from time to time. So I don't know. It's like I don't know if I buy the glitch happening one time as suggesting that he's only opened it once this entire time, and now he just won't stop opening it. Um, that was
things just got. He's just breaking. Like, can't question the gun.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's just trying to justify the QUC's importance and all that stuff and putting it into the DCU canon and all this stuff. But like, then the weird thing is like, I mean, so like, Economos says that they have marital devices that keeps track of extraterrestrial and ectoplasmic energies in the world, but Waller never mentioned anything about Peacemaker and his QC in the past. So it's like I feel like Waller would have noticed this as well. What's funny is like I was rewatching the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker season 1 in preparation and all that stuff, and I just found funny is like, the first scene that describes Peacemaker is like his dad. It's obviously meant to be a joke for Bloodsport. His dad trained him since he was able to, once he was born, to be able to fight and use all these weapons and do all this stuff. Hey, you said we have unique skills, but he does exactly what I do, but better.
But better.
Yeah. So it's like it's funny, but it's funny that like his dad. Oh, he's a Nazi though.
Yeah, that part was just left out.
That part's just not important. And then season 1, they do have like Adebayo and Peacemaker, Adebayo and Waller talk about it on a face call. It's like, who his father is. I was like, okay, so he is a Nazi. Interesting. Yeah. So yeah. So and then my next comment is like, I could be fine with like Economos. He was unsure about what to do with Peacemaker and Flag. They already explained off screen that Flag knows Chris killed his son, and that he's wasting taxpayer dollars to keep Chris in check to see his next fuck up and all this stuff. This is when he was talking to ads, but then like right after it's like, oh, I airdropped the dick pics.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah. Yeah, the jokes are hilarious, by the way. Luckily Earth X, the house has like 0 pics or memorabilia of Hitler or swastikas and all this stuff. And then I guess I could talk about like that in the Ignorance is Chris episode because that's going to be really fun. So here's the thing: they thought that Peacemaker was in Bloodhaven, but for some reason, when Peacemaker is like in his room, the X version's room, and then he sees that he is in a relationship with Harcourt in this universe. But the second he does that, then he has a gun behind the back of his head. It's like, who the fuck are you? And it's like, oh, weren't you in Bloodhaven? Like, how'd you get back here so fast? And then it's like, if we're gonna be technical, Bloodhaven. I'm pretty sure that's in New Jersey. And this show takes place in Washington State.
So the peace cycle is just really, really fast.
The peace cycle, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I guess don't think about that. Yeah. So yeah, he's just there. They have a fight, and it's Chris versus ex Peacemaker because this is a Chris show, not a Peacemaker show.
Mm.
And there's a lot of fighting here and there. Ex Peacemaker is like really wailing it on him. He takes out like these magic spinning things out of his helmet, and that's like digging into his back. And it's like, and then it just stopped for some reason. Um, but yeah, they he based then it gets to a point where like he flies the jetpack around and like slams him into like a thing, and he's punch, punch, punch. Then he picks him up and then he pulls out the tentacle blade. Wow, here we are, Spider-Man 2. Yeah, and before he can use that tentacle blade that he could have used the entire fight, now Peacemaker presses on the jetpack to make him fly up in the air, and conveniently there is like a spike on the ceiling, and that goes through ex Peacemaker's chest, and that kills him. And then the needle drop music, and then the episode ends. So a few notes I have. Very convenient that like there's two universes at the very least. There's 99 doors in this QUC. This is what they've established. 99 other doors in there. But like this other universe has the same kind of idea of like, oh, a peacemaker is in charge of the door. Not just a peacemaker, but he also has his helmets lined up outside the door, just like how mainline Peacemaker has for his door. And then you also have, wait, this Peacemaker is in a relationship with Harcourt, like what Peacemaker wants to be in his universe. Yeah, it's like that's just fun how multiverse just works just like that, I guess.
It was the most convenient for this plot.
And you know what's like crazy is like, that in your universe, your dad is a Nazi. So I don't know, maybe have some alert to think about maybe this universe might have a Nazi dad or Nazi something. But ignorance is Chris, so
Be stupid. It's fine.
you're big and stupid. Yeah. So that was episode 1. I mean, it'll get worse, so we'll leave it at that.
Mhm.
Yeah. So episode 2, we finally get our intro. We get our flashback of Mr. Flag Senior. Yeah, everybody's favorite character of the show, of the DCU, because he's the only character who's been in all DCU projects.
Why? Why this guy? Why?
Yeah, so Flag Senior has been in Argus. He's been the head of Argus for 8 months. And still at none of these, there's a bunch of flashbacks for him, and there's no point he's ever wearing the yellow shirt or having gray hair. I really don't know why the fuck they can't even just give him the yellow shirt at the very least. Just give him the yellow shirt. But who cares, I guess. There is this this is indicating that for 8 months Peacemaker only went into the QUC only one time so that they can say that, oh, that was a glitch. How often has it happened, and why not? Why would you never check into that? Also, his friends don't know about the QUC either. Like Adebayo, Adrian knows about it. He's the only person who knows. But like Economist doesn't know, Harcourt doesn't know. But that's maybe because like it wasn't important in season 1, so maybe that's the case. But here we are, multiverse. So fantastic. And here's why I wrote that, because the way Argus is spelt in this universe, and this is the mainline universe, by the way, not Earth X and anything like that. It's Advanced Research Group of the United States. So it's not Advanced Research Group of Uniting Superhumans like in the comics. The reason why I said that's important is because, well, you have Tom King in charge of the DCU, and we gotta glaze the fuck out of the United States as an American citizen myself. But like, yeah, I'm proud to be an American.
American.
Yeah, so
We really did get monkey's paw with that, and it's like, oh, I wish they bring in comic writers to work on the movies. Tom King.
probably Scott Snyder. Jesus Christ. But we got Zack Snyder the last time. So there we go. Comes with, and then it's like if Gunn were to pick another writer, he'd pick Tom Taylor. I bet everything he would do that.
Yeah, maybe. Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's the Advanced Research Group of the United States. It's in both universes too. So it's not the mainline universe is not uniting superhumans or anything like that. But also because they're really going into the, well, let's make them terrorists arc, but we'll get to that later. Something that I think you're thinking of Cadmus, not Argus, but we'll get to that. So Rick isn't enthused about being director like Waller was, and how she did rise to the ranks and all that stuff, but he doesn't. So why take the job then? Well, we're gonna get to why he gets the job, but and also that new scene of saying, oh, we brought in like director Rick and all that stuff. That thing still doesn't say why Waller got fired. You think the news would say something important like that? He says
the one time we needed an as you know.
Yeah, this is like, as you know, the Justice Gang is owned by Maxwell.
That still makes you laugh. This is the Justice Gang. They are owned by Maxwell Lord. Their members are Guy Gardner, Hawkgirl, and Mr. Thank you. They brought in Christopher Reeve's son for that.
Yes. So Rick tells us that the president had no options, and that's why he's director of Argus. So it's like, wow, thank you. You literally are telling me that you got the role out of like because you're a named character and that's it, not because of your skills, not because of what you did, not because of any event that you've been a part of. You've been placed as the director of Argus just cause. Mm-hmm. Because you're Gunn's favorite, like that's it. It's all meta, and that's it. Yeah, and he is a part of the DCU Trinity moving forward. Superman. All right. Great. Lex Luthor. What? And Rick Flag Sr.
Rick Flag Sr.
That's our Trinity of the DCU moving forward.
Can I get a reroll?
Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Lex Luthor.
Oh shit! No.
Rick Flag Sr.
Damn it! No, let me try again. Reroll.
Yeah. And Man of Tomorrow is like gonna be completely fine because Gunn wrote it so quickly, and I didn't want it to be a Superman film. I wanted it to be a Lex Luthor film featuring Superman. Yeah. Now he's got his two favorite characters, Rick Flag Sr. and writing letters to each other like little schoolgirls. Yeah, we'll get to that episode. Yeah, it's like this character should have been General Wade Elling from Captain Atom comics, or with a different actor or something. I don't know. Like, Rick Flag is it's really funny to me because like Gunn just talked about it the other day that like, yeah, I don't like when New 52 retconned Maxwell Lord to be evil and like killing Ted Cord and all that stuff like that sucked. Yeah, okay, fine. I mean, I can appreciate that. Let's just give all that shit to Rick Flag Sr., I guess. Well, he hasn't
Never liked
gotten
the
that
Sorcerers,
far, but
yeah.
like he's on the path to do it.
Yeah. We'll get there.
Yeah, so old pal, so small reference of Creature Commandos, I guess. Like Economist calling him his old friend, I guess. You know, remember when you called him a simp moron for betraying his ethics to the country for a younger than him woman for a foreign country who died a political ally to America again? And you know, it's never important in gun DC projects for some reason. Why was Rick hired again when he consistently fails, gets humiliated, easily manipulated by younger women? And this is
surely he's learned his lesson and it won't happen again.
Yeah, no, this time he's going to get manipulated by a guy and a woman. And I mean, I guess there's consistency. If it's not for any of his appearance,
it's the one thing it's consistent from him.
Yeah, is a named character from the comics that can being a named character in the comics can only go so far. Even with James Gunn's patented character of everyone is a OC syndrome. Yeah, so he's using his force power because again he did not deserve the role. It was just given to him. He literally says that it was given to him. He's going to use this power to now force him to be the antagonist, not by any of his skills or his accomplishments, or since he doesn't have any accomplishments at all. Being the general of the U.S. is like, who fucking cares? There's so many generals of the U.S. And he'll get the file that explains his son's death. So now you got the TSS scenes that I can't wait to explain what could and could not be canon, despite that being dumb as hell. Now my thing is like, so they show clips of like the Suicide Squad and all that stuff while like Flag is reading the report and all that stuff. And you know, I understand the idea is to allow the audience to get what happened, but like generally you have it where your character is unfamiliar with the sequence of events and they're reading it in the report so that it shows like what is being read essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But like the thing is like there's no way that Rick is reading that Junior wanted to stop American corruption. Like why would Waller or anybody want that in the dossier? That Rick was trying to stop the corruption in America, and that's why Peacemaker killed him. Like why would he write that? Like why would she write his last line was Peacemaker, what a joke? What would be the benefit of writing that in a dossier?
Who wrote that?
Did Peacemaker tell you that's like this is exactly what happened, and you think it's necessary to write it down in a top secret file?
Also, when would he have told someone that? Because he was in the coma until Peacemaker season 1, and then
he was in a coma for 5 months.
Yeah. Like, I don't know.
Just don't think about it. Maybe he wasn't in a coma in the DCU.
That's right. Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
because canon is different now.
It's a perfect excuse.
Yeah. Yeah, and here's the funny thing: they also included the line of Peacemaker saying, "Including the life of a hero like yours, sir." We're gonna get to Rick Jr. Very shortly, but I am gonna say though, the thing is like, again, you got to remember, Flag Senior is reading the dossier, so it's like, do you expect me to believe that in the dossier they even had Peacemaker's line of, "I will protect the peace and kill anybody in the way, even of the life against a hero like yours, sir"? It's like somebody actually wrote that into the report. So
Yes.
I guess. So the report actually it is very specific that Peacemaker jabs the shard of porcelain into Rick's heart, as long along with like Rick's last line of Peacemaker, "What a joke." So with Waller in charge of this report, so why would she need to write that, or why would, or maybe she didn't write it. Obviously, like maybe she had somebody else do it. But it's like, why would they need to write that? I'm sure like the proper thing that they probably would have said is like, oh, well, Starro came out of the building and like it collapsed the entire building on top of Rick's body. Surely a piece of porcelain could go right through his heart from that. Like it's actually kind of easy to like lie about this, to be honest. It's like, oh,
I don't know. That had to be. This had to be the truth for some reason.
it's
Down
like
to
lying
very
is wrong.
specific
It's like,
details.
I mean, this is
It's
Waller.
Walt. Yeah.
uh, yeah, so it's like I don't know. It's like I feel like it was pretty easy to like lie about this. It's like, well, you could just blame it on Starro. Starro actually was a part of this in some capacity, not entirely, but like Starro did have kind of a role into how the death was able to happen and all that stuff. So it's like you could just blame that and then not blame Peacemaker to keep things safe.
Maybe
But
it's
no,
for some reason
just
that
don't
had
think
to be.
about it.
This had to be the truth. I don't get it.
Yeah, and again, it's like Abby being rewarded, Rick Flag Sr. being rewarded to know the proper sequence of events as to like this is what happened, and oh, I got the job of director of Argus not because of AMI skills, it's because well the president says that I'm just a very good boy or something. I don't know. And so now
So
let me use
it's
this
great.
power to now get this knowledge of things that I wanted to see before and I didn't get it now. And then now with this knowledge, it's like, oh, it looks like Waller was not smart enough to like, not write the truth. And again, it's Waller. She lies. That's her thing. She's good at it too. So I don't know. I guess she's not good at this one. Yeah. So Rick has wanted Peacemaker on surveillance for 24/7 for 8 whole months. And Peacemaker is an op, so I guess
So
he never noticed he was being watched, or are we still doing the ignorance is Chris logic?
also, so he had him on surveillance before he read this. So, oh wait, yes, he did know before because the funeral.
No,
Never
no,
mind.
no, no. Yeah, the funeral. So the funeral's timing is weird though.
It is, but
Yeah. So then he comes out of the room. He talks to Sasha. He talks to Sasha. It's like, okay, I want you to keep priority one on Peacemaker this whole time, but Peacemaker saved us for Project Butterfly. Fuck the Peacemaker. And then he walks away
wow,
slow mo.
what a
No
cool
aura.
guy.
No aura at all. And then it does the music, the dance song, and all this stuff. Um yeah, so episode 2. The people at Chris's orgy party, they just never disturbed him when he was in the QUC, I guess. Kia broke up with ads because she wanted to make a spy agency instead of going back to Gotham like they wanted to do. Um, Economos has cameras to see Peacemaker's house, but not when Flurry was trying to open his door, played by Tim Meadows. I like Tim Meadows, but my God, he has a lot of unfucking funny
It's
jokes.
a shame. Yeah.
Yeah. They stopped the bird blindness bit, but like it was still an annoying bit. So, yeah. So Flurry is being sarcastic about sexualizing women. It's a very patent gun women writing these days. Bird blindness on the for some reason you should have read my dossier. It says that I have bird blindness because that's important. Apparently, bird blindness is a real like disorder. By the way, not to this comedic effect, but like it is a real like thing
Hmm.
that people have. Chris did not know that Rick Flag Senior is the head of Argus. He just learned that from Adebayo like that day. He's been there for 8 months. So still more of that ignorance is Chris Jazz, or
Yeah, if he's stupid, it's fine.
yeah, he's been in the role for 8 months and nothing. I mean, he says he looks into Reddit, but like, surely people on Reddit would talk about a director sometimes. Like sometimes there's serious stuff on Reddit, so sometimes.
Yeah, there are communities that talk politics. Yeah, they're mentioned like a new leader of the head of government.
Yeah, for some reason Flurry did not know that Az is Waller's daughter, despite also being on the news, and said that. Yeah, that's my mom. And that was in the flashback, so that's canon. So I guess people just don't watch the news, is what I'm learning.
Yeah, maybe it's news blindness too.
News blindness. Economists can monitor Chris, but they can't hear the conversation he's having outside of his house. So no mics, I guess. Great.
Well, that would just be him.
So there's some stupid pills going on with the Argus crew. Like clearing Economos is sent. Like clearly Economos is sent a guy because Flag doesn't trust him, and Flurry gets a call from Sasha about Chris activating the door, and then says to do nothing about it, like it's a clear sign of double crossing. But like not suspicious at all. Adrian is not too happy about missing out on his best friend, but happy vibes killing ex Peacemaker. Because he calls Adrian. Peacemaker calls Adrian to help saw the body of ex Peacemaker so that they can burn the corpse and all this stuff, so that the people of Earth X won't find the body. And then it's a good old music video montage of that. There's going to be a lot of those.
Nice.
So he goes through ex Chris's phone, and then he looks through the hardcore stuff. I mean, at least the phone did not have any Nazi stuff on it. That would suck.
Yeah.
So this was hilarious to me. They had like a big needle drop music of like the randos strapping up their guns and all this stuff. The people who work for Flurry, like the randos.
Yeah.
I don't know why. And then they do this entire long joke about how a housewarming gift works and forgetting about them and how you can go back and because why not?
My eyes rolled in my head 17 times.
Yeah, it took 3 minutes to finish the joke. Economos disappeared when the tactical team of randos shows up. Ow. I know he'd snitched to Chris, but that doesn't make sense. Why would like Flurry allow Economos to go back to Chris and all that stuff? But who cares? It's conveniently that he goes to Harcourt when Flurry was being weird about no eyes on Peacemaker. Right now, Harcourt is either just sad or about the no jobs or looking at her injuries from bar fights. Now it's party time when Argus is planning on raiding Chris's house, and he's aware of this because Chris is aware that this is what they want to do. I just wrote this comment. I think the 11th Street Kids is a stupid name. But yeah. You got more racist and sexist lines from Flurry, so please laugh.
Ha!
Oh, you said titties as a name.
This is so funny.
So there's like that very natural dialogue again of like the goon not knowing they have guns that can scan for extraterrestrial energy until one of them explains it to him. Very natural dialogue, like how that girl was asking about how Lex could fight Superman with the hammer Baravia when he was doing it for 3 whole hours. Yeah, I know Eagly is like defense against the QC door, but like that can't be enough of a reason when Flag is monitoring Chris and Flurry was there and Economist was monitoring Chris. So why would he allow them to go out? Or how Economist would not think that Flurry wouldn't look into the QUC when he was out? I don't know. Flurry has bird blindness, so he couldn't tell how big or small Eagly is. So please laugh.
What's that?
I mean, Eagly did rip out a dude's eye. So there's all this shotgun blast coming from the randos in Peacemaker's home, but I guess none of the neighbors are scared to call the police.
Yeah. What happened to the old man? I'm wondering.
He's not. I guess he's not canon.
Is he dead or is he not canon? Yeah.
Looks like he's not canon because he was very perceptive. Batman doesn't kill, not in this universe. Yeah, I know that was a favorite cameo, side character that people missed. Flurry gets decked by Eagly but doesn't get killed. That's great. They really gave Eagly his own slow motion walk, like Super Smash winning animation. At least he had more aura than Flag, so I'll give him that.
Low bar, but yeah.
The 11th Street kids were partying because Found Family is the best. I've never seen this in a gun project before. There's more drama where Harcourt can talk like an adult, even when Chris is being mature. Where Harcourt cannot talk like an adult, where Chris is being mature in the conversation, thinking she's a broken bird that needs help. And, the resolution is going to be really dumb, going this back and forth for a relationship that I just don't really care about. But I can expand on that more in the finale. Chris is getting sad again about Harcourt and then goes back to the X phone and the universe again. Yeah, no one is going to have a problem with this that this is being annoying. And Chris is aware that Argus keeps seeing that he's using the QC. And I know he says he doesn't care, but I guess sticks don't matter.
Nope.
So now he can text the X version of Harcourt while Augie cannot find X Peacemaker. But he found blood in the library, but it might be X Peacemaker taking the pills again. You got needle drop music, and that's the end of the episode. So one comment is that the first 2 episodes were like 45 minutes each, but then these next 5 episodes are like 30 minutes.
Yeah, like 30 minutes.
And then the finale is 57.
Well, yeah, because they put all the effort into the finale. I'm sure not 1 minute will be wasted. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably change my cadence because I might clip this up for my video. Episode 3. This episode has one character returning. Another Rick up my sleeve. So we get a reveal that 3 years ago, there's a flashback of Harcourt waking up. Not as pronounced as the season 1 scene, but it is what it is. She is ready to go to. Yeah, she's ready to go to work. But there's somebody in her bed, shirtless guy. It's Rick Flag Jr. Joel Kinnaman is back.
Oh my God.
A lot of people like that guy a lot, especially in the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, they said the movie made me care about him. Because he's supposed to be a stand-up, all-around good guy.
Yeah, so she's saying like we need to get ready for work. He needs to get ready for the Suicide Squad mission of him going to Corto Maltese. It's going to happen today in 2 hours. But I still don't understand why you're with Me, you should be with June.
June.
So
Yep.
June from the Suicide Squad movie of 2016. So
Mhm.
Suicide Squad, David
So,
Ayer's movie.
so Suicide Squad, not the Suicide Squad.
Yeah. So Suicide Squad 2016. June and Rick are in a relationship. But in that film, he even says, I never knew true love until I met June. I always thought it was a myth, like the Candyman or whatever. Um, yeah. So, this is a universe where Gunn says that just because I mention something, that doesn't mean the entire thing is true. Okay, but you're telling me already that this guy is in a relationship with another woman and he is with Harcourt currently. That means that with or without Suicide Squad 2016, he is still cheating on June.
Yeah.
And the Suicide Squad 2021, now that film never mentions June or Enchantress or anything from Suicide Squad related to Rick's character. So it was actually kind of fair game of like maybe they just aren't together or they're still together, but like they're kind of on a break or like he's just on a mission and like, but it's nothing like that. I mean, some people were trying to make justifications. Oh, maybe he was cheating with Alice Baraka's character Solsaria or something like that. It's like, I don't know. Just because he's a man and she's a woman, that doesn't mean that they're cheating. Because that scene is not enough. Just because he's shirtless too, that doesn't mean that wasn't like enough of that thing. But like with Flag and Harcourt in the situation, one, you've already got like kind of a weird thing in the opening of not season one, of the movie where Harcourt, along with the other agents there, are like celebrating the deaths of people on Task Force X because they're getting paid. They were betting on who was going to die and who was going to live and all that stuff. So yeah, and Jennifer Holland said, yeah, that's not canon anymore because that wouldn't make sense for Harcourt to be celebrating when Rick is like nearly going to die, and like she even says in this season itself, because it's not in season one, that's my best friend who you fuck.
That's from the benefits.
Yeah, so my biggest issue is that you're canonizing June in a relationship. No reason to do that. I mean, it could have been anybody. It could have been Karen Grace from the comics. That's like a love interest that he has in the comics. Um, no, like he picked June Moon and all that stuff, Enchantress, and not just that, but like they say in this iteration, June is still Enchantress, like because in 2016 she lost the power of the Enchantress and all that stuff for how that movie ends. Now, yes, I understand that movie is bad, but Flag Junior and Enchantress was kind of at least like one of the tangible things of that movie in terms of like their relationship. It's not, again, not very strongly pronounced or anything like that, but like you can at least show like how much like Flag was like risking his life and everything that he has for this woman and like all that stuff. And I understand that like just because that's the case, doesn't mean that's going to be your true love or anything like that, or like it's not going to be like meant to be forever. That's fine. But my problem is that like you're introducing a concept like this. You're saying that, oh well, June is still Enchantress now in this universe. Okay, but then you're saying that he's cheating on her, and it's like, oh, but like, well, she's gonna like, I don't want to break up with her because like she might tear a hole through the planet. I mean,
Shooting's fine, I'm sure it won't be worse if she found that out.
Yeah, so like, you know, and here's my thing: is like Harcourt is an adult, like, so it's like, and you know what Rick is doing because you both work for Waller. Waller knows both of you. You both should know about Enchantress and why, Rick is like supposed to be watching over Enchantress, even though he's in a relationship. Obviously, the idea is like Waller is manipulated Rick to be in love with her as well. So like, it is a manipulated relationship, but they did actually love each other at the same time, which is exactly what Waller wanted because like she wanted control of both the Enchantress and the man. That was the idea. So it's like there's no fucking way that like anybody would allow Rick to cheat with another woman to make June unhappy, to make Enchantress unhappy, or anything like that. It just doesn't make any fucking sense to do that whatsoever. And ultimately, like it doesn't really do anything for either the characters because like this whole thing has nothing to do with Rick. It's obviously meant for Amelia that used to be in a relationship with Rick Flag Jr. That like, oh, so that's why she doesn't like Peacemaker in season 1 is because he killed her sugar daddy.
No,
No,
she liked him because he was an arrogant asshole.
he was an arrogant asshole.
That's
He was sexist. He literally his first line to her was about like, well, not his first line. Like one of his lines to her in the bar is like, dude, I've been in jail for 4 years. I have needs, man. I gotta fuck something. It's like, oh, and that's supposed to woo me or something? It's like, I is that not crazy? Is that not like a legitimate reason why somebody
so.
would not like the character or like the man? It's like, does she have to fall in love with him? It's like,
Yeah, no, I guess if she wasn't fucking Rick Flag, her panties just would have dropped at that moment.
yeah, it's like that's just crazy. And the biggest thing is that Gunn says that like him and Jennifer, they've known in season 1 that this was always the idea in the back of their mind that this
Sure.
is why Harcourt was being a dick to Chris for season 1. And it's like, did you watch the show again? Like, and the thing is, like, I understand. It's like, okay, it's like, but like, I don't think there was anything wrong with them budding a friendship. Like maybe she's realizing that Chris is a better guy, but that doesn't mean like you have to reward him to like, oh, I should also fall in love with him. Like, I don't see like what the benefit of that is. I also don't like this whole thing about like, well, you know, let's add in like this relationship of Flag and Harcourt and all that stuff. Oh, the same guy that Rick Flag, his killer, also is in love with her, and then he's also like they're tied together by this weird connection too. It's like not just killing him, but I also fuck the woman that you love as well. It's like, why is that necessary? What does that gain for anybody? And honestly, like that makes me give less respect to Harcourt because like, okay, so now it's like you're having because obviously the whole point is to have conflicts of feelings for Chris. Is like, but because it's coming off of like Chris killed her sugar daddy, it's like, okay, now you're just like now you just don't have respect for yourself. And like I have seen some people saying like, yeah, it's like that's fine because she doesn't have self-respect. That's not really
That's
what
good, I
that's
guess.
that's not really what this is though. Um and then it gets worse for me because like, because Rick keeps talking. So when she says, "Oh, you're supposed to be with June on this day before you go ship out to Corto Maltese," his first comment is, "You jealous?"
Mm.
So, and this is before his supernatural terrorist line. So yeah, this guy is not a good guy. And mind you, the Suicide
So yeah,
Squad has like multiple moments. Solsoria, Rick Flag Jr., Harley Quinn, like they have like multiple people saying Rick Flag Jr. is a good man. Like he is a good man.
Mhm.
And but when you have this discourse, it's like you have the response of, oh, Boy Scouts shouldn't be a thing. You think he's Captain America? You think he's Superman? Bro, first off, stop making Boy Scouts the flaw being cheating. Like, why is that? Why is that always like the only thing to do? That's like a really lame way to make somebody not a Boy Scout anymore. And secondly, he doesn't have any flaws. Yes, he does. He works for fucking Waller. That was already a flaw. And yet the reason why people liked him is because in the Suicide Squad, even in the chance of like he could have went away, kept everything hush and everything about Project Starfish and everything like that, he could have had his life still there if he just shut up and did what he was told, follow the orders like he was supposed to. But in the end, he decided, no, America has gone too far. They have been using Corto Maltese to have them take responsibilities of Project Starfish so that they could test on men, women, and children with the Starro project, and like how Starro has been killing all of them for over 40 to 70 years. Like, it was a long time. And yeah, that's what caused him to go against Waller, because yeah, I'm tired of sticking up and trying to defend American corruption. This time, the press needs to know, everybody needs to know that this is not right. And that's when Peacemaker does what he does. That was the thing that made people like Rick Flag, like, and all that stuff. It's like I don't understand what was the point of like doing that. And it's like, I understand, like, if you're gonna tell me that like, oh, he's like cheating, so it's like cheating is not like, oh, it's not that crazy compared to that. It's like, why does he need to cheat though? What did that add to him? Like, is that a flaw? Is that a character flaw? But like, even if it is, what did that add to the character? It didn't add anything because he's dead. The character is dead. You can't even do anything with him. You just added a flaw of him cheating on a woman. Even if she's like Enchantress in this universe, he still cheated on her. Like, and there was no reason to do that because in the mainline universe, when there was that context of maybe June Moon was still there in a relationship with him. I mean, but June didn't have powers there, so here she has powers. Fine. But he's also cheating, and he's actively saying that. And then his comment is, "You jealous?" Like,
so he enjoys it.
So you like this attention, and then the later episodes also have Rick go like, well, not Rick, but like have Harcourt telling Rick Flag Sr. that your son loved a lot of women. It's like, I guess you just didn't watch the other movies because like,
no, it's not canon. Easy to see because it's so easy to explain.
Yeah, Suicide Squad is not canon because like, yeah, Rick Flag was like, he says in 2016 that like he didn't love anybody until June. So now you're going to tell me, oh, he loved many women. So I don't know, maybe between 2016 to 2021 or 2024, whenever the fuck they want to do the Suicide Squad. Yeah, he just loved a bunch of women.
Yeah, after he discovered love, oh, he was a fiend then.
Yeah.
Fuck off. And it's the same writer. Like, like the discussion about like the Last Jedi. It's like, oh, like Ryan Johnson ruined Luke from the original thing, but it's like, and here, this is the same writer who's established Rick to be a good guy, turns around and makes him a cheater. For what? For what reason?
And like, like obviously this is for Harcourt, but like even like this isn't respectful for Harcourt because like you're a grown woman, you should know that Rick cheating is bad. You acknowledge that it was bad, but at the same time, you didn't give a fuck. But my other problem too, which is more on the issue, is like you both work for Waller. You both should know why Rick is in a relationship with Enchantress, and you both should understand that you probably don't want to upset Enchantress in case if she does tear a fucking hole in the planet. So why would you even risk like wanting to cheat on that guy? Like, why would you even do that? As an agent of Argus, why would you entertain this? Even if Rick is like being a douchebag, because now that's his character. He's a douchebag, but he saved the world, so who fucking cares? He didn't though. He didn't. He tried to. He didn't. But even then, it's like that was the flaw. Him working for Waller is the flaw. I don't. Why are you telling me that he was a perfect Boy Scout? He wasn't. Like it's not that crazy. It's not that crazy, and it's crazy that for me that this is the thing that made me upset about the show. Is like just a small scene of just making Rick Flag like Junior a cheater. It's like it added nothing to him. I don't respect Harcourt at all because like this is not a respectable thing to do or anything like that. It's like, oh, but this show is full of shitty people. So why does you can have shitty people? That's fine. You don't have to make everybody shitty though. Like, it's such a dumb thing. And then Harcourt, just to kind of continue and finish that off, is Harcourt says that he should know that she is not. She should understand that she can't be jealous, but she's not a fan of his lying. And you're the one he's cheating with, so you don't have any legs in the convo either. And then Rick's justification of lying is because June is a sorceress and he would tear a hole into the planet if he broke up with her. So that would be decanonizing the elements that June did not lose her powers at the end of Suicide Squad. Now, here's another thing. Ayer did say that Gunn did talk to him, so maybe Gunn will make the Ayer cut because in that version, Enchantress didn't lose her powers. And then he also said Diablo didn't die because nobody fucking died in Suicide Squad, I guess.
Except rest in peace, Slipknot. They didn't climb anything.
Yeah. So Harcourt's and this is what really irritated me. Is like, so he's explaining why, I'm cheating because I don't want to break up with June because otherwise she'll tear a hole in the planet. And then Harcourt's reply is, could you possibly self-aggrandize anymore? Which would mean what you're promoting yourself, essentially. Making you the main character of a problem. Gunn, you understand that your character got himself killed for trying to expose American corruption. And now you're trying to tell me that before his death, he had an ego about cheating on June.
It doesn't add such layers to him.
No. Rick replies with maybe a hole through the planet would be worth it because he would be with Harcourt. Is that supposed to be cute? Like, fuck you, dude. Harcourt replies that he's the only friend that she has ever had, that you fuck while he's cheating on someone. Also, I don't know, you seem pretty friendly with the Suicide Squad with the crew betting money on Task Force X death, but now that's not canon anymore. So that's convenient. Then she replies to Rick that she is pretty sure she is the only friend. She is also his only friend. So you aren't wise to fuck that up either. So it's like, okay, so I guess I should just ignore Suicide Squad and the Suicide Squad entirely because now you're trying to tell me that he has no other friends than Harcourt.
Yep, his other friends aren't canon.
Yeah. He's the one who recruited Bloodsport because he respected him. Meaning he was friends with him. So no, he wasn't friends with Bloodsport, I guess. But anyways, Rick says they've already fucked up their friendship anyway, so it doesn't matter. So who the fuck is this bum again? Yeah. So you have like it and then it does like the flashback scenes of like you're going off to Corto Maltese in 2 hours, and then it says recontextualizing his entire death and sacrifice. Fuck you. And the flashback is just the bombing, a fight with Peacemaker, and what a joke, and that's it. Wow. Now I really know what's canonized. Him cheating.
Let me keep going.
Yeah, and the entire conversation just like it irritated me to no ends because like you have like one the childish thing about like, oh, you shouldn't be, oh, you're cheating when you should be with June, and then it's like you have two adults going like, uh, it's your responsibility though. No, it's your responsibility. Okay, you're both wrong. And then when he's like, oh, but like I don't want to hole in the planet. Uh, why do you think it's? Why are you putting your ego in front of everything else? Well, maybe a hole for the planet will be fine if I'm with you. Well, you're my only friend. I'm your only friend, so you probably shouldn't fuck that up. We've already fucked up our friendship, so who cares? Like these are the lines that Rick has, and it's just not the same character. You know what's funny is that people thought that this was not mainline Rick. People thought this was like probably the alternate universe Rick or something. Because like, damn, I mean, this is a universe with this is a season using an alternate universe, so maybe it's a different one. No, that's
Nope.
mainline Rick. That is mainline Rick. It's set 3 years ago, so it is absolutely mainline Rick. And yeah, he died a cheater.
Right. Awesome.
Yeah, that was like that was the most irritating thing for me, and for a few weeks, and then I'm irritated again. But that's because of how the show wastes my time in the end. But like, we'll get to that. So Chris wakes up in Earth X, and Keith says that they've noticed the blood in the library where the QUC is. I guess they never factored looking into the QUC the entire time, so that was weird. Chris is wearing the clothes of his other self because ex Harcourt wants to see him. Fuck the jarhead who's with her. Keith agrees because that jarhead is a fucking bum. I wonder who that jarhead is referring to. Lots of Chris asking questions. Keith finding it weird, but not suspicious on why he's asking a lot of questions. Lucky, even more no symbols on anything like the peace cycle around town or anything. And then here's another thing that I've noticed that, well, on the peace cycle, it has stars on it, but it's trying to emulate the United States flag. So why does it have stars and not those things?
That other symbol.
That other symbol.
Because we're not supposed to know the twist yet.
Yeah. Earth X views Peacemaker as the hero in their universe. Okay, fair enough. Looks at one. So you have so he's like in the stoplight and you have him look at one side. The kid is like, I love you, Super Peacemaker. That's weird. And then he looks to the other side and it's a woman showing him his tits. So I guess in this world, there's no law against children being flashed. So whatever.
I guess Gunn didn't think about that. Whoops.
Best dimension ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the only times Peacemaker's wearing a helmet, and it's not even his. Ads notice that Chris stormed off in the night, but for a couple of weeks, because they hang out a lot, something happened, but nothing happened. Why are we doing this middle school shit here? You used to hang out a lot, but you don't do it anymore. But something happened, but nothing happened is what he was saying. Yeah. It's that stuff. Adrian being the cinnamon roll, asking about, you want to know Spider and Crow facts? This was really funny. So, Argus and Argus and Earth X is also called Advanced Research Group of the United States, just like in the mainline universe. So can I criticize that now? I already criticized it earlier, to be fair. Lucky that Peacemaker is also played by John Cena in the alt universe, if we're being honest. I guess we'll never have like that moment like Spider-Man where they're just played by different actors. But then every other time they try to do this, they have the same actor playing the same character in different universes. That's convenient.
Yeah.
I'm sure if they do Batman or Superman, that's not going to have this problem. Ads doesn't really. This is my joke. Ads doesn't really beat the Bechtel test like they think she does because she's always the wingman for Chris, asking all these questions about Chris and like Chris this and Chris that and Chris this and Chris that. Um, what did you say about the party boat? What happened? I'm not telling you. Oh, fuck you. Peacemaker sat by Harcourt's bed for 5 days when she was in a coma. Does that mean love or simpery? So that's not really the strongest point, in my opinion. Harcourt shits on the costume. Everyone on the team is fucked up, and the relationship will never be a thing. That's stuff that she says. Again, I just don't really care for the relationship. Chris meets the Earth X version of Rick, who's trying to act tough and is fair. Him trying to act tough is fair, but definitely going for a cinnamon roll kind of character. X Harcourt is letting X Rick be a cuck, so I guess. X Harcourt is telling X Rick is in the army, so not the Marine, so he can't be a jarhead. And that was kind of an interesting thing for me. It's like, if for an alternate universe, it's like I feel like you would want to take advantage of like, oh, let's do the opposite of what they are. So it's like, maybe in one universe he's in the army, but the other universe he's in the Marines or something like that. But actually, the thing is, like, they're both versions of Rick are in the army, so I don't know why they decided to do this joke. But then again, ignorance is Chris, so like he was never gonna notice.
Yeah. So you can.
So they did say that Earth X Rick is in the army, but he has 0 stealth awareness or skills because of the cinnamon roll. He knocks over the trash can.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. At least one Rick could wear a yellow shirt. Yeah. And that's totally the son of Frank Grillo.
Oh yeah.
Economos gets called about Eagly. So yeah, Sasha calls Economos like, why didn't you tell me they had a meta bird? It's like, it's not a meta bird, it's an eagle. It was a super bird? No, it's an eagle.
Oh, foreshadowing.
Yeah. Yeah. So more bird blindness jokes. You told me it was a duck. No, I said it was an eagle.
So does he also have bird deafness?
I guess. X Heart, he was in Mean Girls, bro. Stop doing this shit with him.
Both Mean Girls.
He's way funnier than this. X Harcourt is a much nicer person. Makes Chris even more weird, taking advantage of her. Seems to be innocent. Before the twist, obviously. Woman that looks like the one he wants to bang. Just incredibly tone deaf for the writer's own wife that they decided to do. Confessing to X Harcourt that he has been changing for the better. I don't really, but that's good for her because like she also wanted to hear her version of Chris say this too. So it's like, okay, I guess. I guess X Hardcore doesn't really have anything for X Rick because she's willing to go back to Chris, thinking he is X Chris. Um, as long as he promises not to hurt her again. And then the most funniest thing happened, probably unironic, but it was unironic, of course, because everything is unironic in the show. There's a bunch of people running across the lawn, but one of the guys just trips. He trips right in front of Peacemaker and X Hardcore
Oh,
and just dies. Suicide bomber. I was like, what a horrible way to like incite the conflict right in front of the character, one that didn't kill them, I guess. And then to like, wow, what a fucking like just tripped over your shoelace. Oh, suicide bomber. Uh-oh, oopsie.
whoopsie.
Yeah. So oh no, not Jerry. What a stupid way to do this action scene because the dude trips and not trips in front of the titled character. So the Sons of Liberty, they are a terrorist group, quote unquote, in this universe. Chris is killing the Sons of Liberty. I thought because early in the episode he says he doesn't want to kill anymore, but he was doing it pretty good, like actually silently too, like silently, no jokes, no quips or anything, like very serious and all that stuff. That's probably the most serious thing that Gunn has done with the character so far. Luckily, pulls out all the clips so that the bomb doesn't explode. People really thought that the flying person into the helicopter was Ultraman when the trailer dropped. When the trailer dropped, by the way, not when the scene dropped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because like the thing is that you can't even see his red costume when it flies in, so it's like it doesn't really look like. So that's why people thought it was Ultraman or Overman or something like that. Yeah. Chris is enjoying the superhero lifestyle. This could be fine if there's a proper punishment later in the season, but there isn't. Sasha makes a big deal about not knowing anything about Eagly and thought, so this is my thing about Sasha. She's kind of annoying in the sense of like, she makes such a big deal about stupid things. Like, oh, why didn't you tell me that anything about Eagly? That you Smith for protection when Eagly was always there and mentioned in the dossier. And all that stuff. Because of the Metropolis incident, and now they look into any interdimensional problems, and since the QUC is similar, Sasha is sending the full Northwest team to Chris's house and hired appropriation man Red Saint Wild to deal with Eagly. Eagly, played by Michael Rooker, who was in the Suicide Squad, but clearly not because that's not canon. So let's. So a bunch of OCs.
Bullshit happens.
Well, yeah. Before that, a bunch of OCs, Red Saint Wild and Flurry are both OCs. The white man dressed up as a Native American. Yeah, that's just fine, I guess. But he's appropriating. You can acknowledge it. That doesn't make it right. So, let me break character for a second. Sasha was really bad. Like, the acting was so bad. Like, I actually, sometimes I can ignore it, but like, it was just so bad. And like the fact that like you have so many people talking about Sasha, but it's not anything that she's doing or anything about her character, or anything like that. It's just about because Soul Rodriguez is hot. Yes, it's true.
It's not wrong, but
it's not wrong. But every line delivery, everything she was saying, is just not well delivered. Maybe it's just a case of like maybe she could do better in certain types of scenes, but maybe like the character that they're trying to make her is just not her strength. I don't know. It's just like I know she was she auditioned for the engineer, and but like Gunn liked her, so kept her to be someone else. He said he read Checkmate, liked Sasha there, and just picked her there. Um, I don't know what that has to do with Peacemaker, but I guess I mean Peacemaker has been on Checkmate in the comics, so it's not out of the question. But we'll get to Checkmate later. But yeah, but you know, a lot of the glaze is coming from Bruce Wayne. Let me dap you up for bagging such a hottie. It's like
Mhm.
as if he's a real character, like a real person. I guess it's fine when other people do it, but like when other people do it, it's sexist. But okay, I find this commentary funny. Not really. Chris is viewed as an international threat, but they still need to prove that he's in possession of the interdimensional portal in order to arrest him. How can they possibly not have that evidence against him already for 8 months? But there's no stakes though, so who cares? Judo Master's back, eating hot Cheetos.
The one character to always be in this costume, just like to
Yeah.
pick up the slack left by Chris and Adrian this season.
Yeah, especially when like
I appreciate that.
especially when Adrian does wear the costume more. But like
Yeah,
on the
he'll
first
wear more later on, but I mean, like, yeah,
yeah.
on the first 5 episodes, right?
Yeah. Because he comes back in 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the hot Cheetos are gonna be important for later in the plot. So we'll get to that. Chris is having a heart to heart with Keith. The thing is like I like that dial the thing is like I like Chris's like interactions. I think John Cena like he like you know people are giving a lot of credit to him and I think he is a good job. I like the scene with him talking to Keith and like you know having this heart to heart think about all this stuff. It's just that my biggest issue is just going to come from the fact that like this doesn't really go anywhere by the end of the season, and that's what I think is the biggest wasted opportunity. Is because like I really do think that um I really do think that like this dynamic between older brother, not his universe brother, Keith and Chris is a very interesting idea to be exploring and all that stuff. I just think my biggest problem with this like whole Nazi world thing. I know we've already said the twist like multiple times, but you know Twitter has already spoiled that like all the time. So who the fuck cares about my podcast? But the thing is like that dynamic is like a lot more interesting to me. The father interaction. It's just like having Harcourt in the relationship and like having that kind of be the crux of like, oh, I'm going to be in a relationship with a woman that I like to bang. But now this version wants to actually do it and not my universe, which is really gross. Like I don't know why you would want to write it that way. And my other thing too is like the thing is like it does come off from the simpery as the reason why he is doing this. And like I know he keeps saying that like, you know, I want to go because I want to see my dad and brother and be happy. Like because I never got to have that growing up in my universe. So maybe I can like enjoy it here and all that stuff. It's like that's an interesting idea. It's just that I don't know the whole choice of like tying Harcourt into this. And the thing is like I'm not trying to disrespect it because like I like Jennifer Holland. I think she's doing a very good job. In fact, I find it kind of disgusting that like whenever people talk about this is the year of like dual superhero roles, not superhero, duo actor roles where like two characters are being played by the same actor, but they keep crediting Adrian and Chris when Chris was only in one
One
scene as the alternate Earth Chris, and then Adrian is just playing himself twice. But like Jennifer's actually doing two different characters, but like she doesn't get credit for that. So I think that's stupid.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. But yeah, but that's kind of my thing. Is like I just don't really care for the relationship to begin with. So it's like when you have this universe of, oh, you can get everything you want, and including the relationship with Harcourt. I just don't really care about the relationship with Harcourt. That's the problem. And it's like, I don't know, it just reeks of like, oh, the main man and the main woman need to be together because that's how it works, kind of thing. I just don't really agree with it. That's just kind of my problem. Yeah, but I'll talk about Keith a little bit more towards his final episode. Um, then this is the second episode dedicated to Argus trying to get into a house with no real stakes, and then you got needle drop music and end of the episodes. So yeah, that was episode 3. Rick Flag Jr. was only in this one episode, and the reason why is because Joel Kinnaman was filming something else and couldn't do more. So was it really worth bringing him back to be a cheater?
No. No, it was not.
And then X Jr. had him jealous of Chris, but that didn't really matter because he doesn't exist in any of the other episodes after 3. So why bother setting that up? I guess just to have some cinnamon roll clips.
Why bother setting that up? I feel like we'll be asking that question a lot as the season continues.
Yeah, I think Rick will get it the worst because like Rick is literally in one episode. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Episode 4. Now this one might be a little controversial. I don't know how it will be, but I'll see what I can say. So it does another flashback again, 35 years ago. The Smiths, so the two brothers and Augie, the racist, they stumble across an alien in the middle of the woods. And Augie shoots it, blows its head off. Well, luckily the alien is not durable to bullets like that, so fine, I guess. So here we learned that Augie did not create the QUC. He just stole it from an alien. Now, pause here. I could be fine with this, but there's something else that happens that I don't like, but I'll get to that. Okay, so like he didn't create the interdimensional thing. He just he stole it from another alien and then stole it from them and used it that way. Okay, fine. I could accept that for now. The QUC key looks suspiciously like the Peacemaker helmet, and that's a very lame justification to tie that together.
Well, we still don't even know the true origin of the helmets because what they say there.
He stole it from Orion. Maybe.
DCU Peacemakers are built to be Orion.
Yeah. The QUC looks, okay. Economos is like the peak example of man-child humor that Gunn goes for. Always saying, fuck, shit, fuck, shit. What the fuck, man?
Yeah. I said that popped to one of their characters for the show.
No, Economos and honestly, Economos and Rick Flag Sr. got it the worst in terms of like the constant F bombs. For me, Rick Flag is kind of a little bit more annoying because it's he's trying to give him aura, but he really just does not have it. Yeah. So let's see. So Judo Master is like the character who's like, remember when we did this in season 1? So things like Economos tried to kill him, Adebayo tasered him, stuff like that. It's a big deal for Flurry being sexist to Sasha, like that even matters. It's like, oh,
so funny.
Dude, he winked at you. It means like we're in this together. Where does that ever mean that? I'm from Iowa. I've been to Iowa before, and I've never heard that before. Okay. Very long joke, basically.
Mhm.
Red is racist to Asians and stealing American clothing. He comments about him being an asshole to Vietnam, but you know, the Native American stuff. Lucky that Keith and ex Augie doesn't look into the QUC at any point to come across an alt Peacemaker one day. And that's always kind of my problem. So you won all these like universes, like 99 doors, are all connected into this one like subsection. So really, anybody could just go through these doors and like meet each other if they wanted to from these alternate dimensions at any point. We only see one alien go in and out, burning a rat every day in the morning. But that's it. Like that's the only civilian that only interacts with the doors. Like that doesn't really. You got 99 options and only one person does it. That doesn't really make sense to me. So Peacemaker has to play dumb reading Economost's text because like when Peacemaker goes back into the world, Economos texts him like you need to get out of here because like people are trying to Argus is trying to raid your house. So but like he has to read it like why is this grammar so bad?
Yeah, it took me like 2 seconds to figure what he said. It wasn't unintelligible. It's words with typos. Yeah.
Typos. That can't be a thing. Yeah. Economos does mention that it's Captain Cultural Appropriation. That's still not an excuse. QUC is now a key that can be easily carried by hand around, so that someone could, if somebody tries to steal it, they can move it around because it's a plot point for the future. Judo Master versus Chris, where Peacemaker. Where is Oh yeah, this is Judo. That's what I wanted to say. Judo Master versus Chris. Where is Peacemaker in the Peacemaker show? Judo Master says that Peacemaker is screwed with. He has screwed the world once, and he won't allow that to happen again. Which part? You mean the one where he stopped the alien invading moths, or what are you referring to?
Yeah, I find it a bit weird that's not really brought up because 2 minutes ago, remember you did this to me. It's like remember when you sided with an alien takeover?
Yeah. The next part, Economos pushes Red Saint Wild, who's about to shoot Eagly. He pushes him hard into a rock, but that doesn't kill him. It's open his third eye.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Judo Master is knocked out again, which is his shtick, to be fair. From season 1, he gets knocked out and then he just comes back again and again. Red Saint Wild has memory loss, but he uses his drunken ramblings to justify that Eagle is a prime eagle with cosmic powers when Economos pushes him. And then he's proven right later, because why the fuck not? Economos makes the comment of like how this is kind of condescending to Native Americans to think that they want to kill eagles. Again, comments doesn't make it okay. I don't really understand like I don't understand like why this is the bit. Ads is just a glorified getaway driver.
Imagine a character in blackface, big lips, called like N-word Tom. Everyone's just like, dude, you can't be like that. It's like, yeah, but don't put that in the show.
Yeah, but like he's a villain. They don't treat him like a villain. Yeah, he wants to kill Eagly, but like that's not really treating him like a villain though. Especially when they don't take him seriously, but we'll get to that.
Mm-hmm.
Ads is just a glorified getaway driver. Chris calls her, "Hey, I need you to pick me up." Gotcha. I'll sacrifice everything that I'm not doing to help you Chris calls Adrian to buy some doors from Lowe's. That'll be important for in a second. Economist tries to stand up to Sasha because if she had read his dossier, then she should know that he has social deficiencies, but they're worth dealing with his shit because of his other talents. And he spits on Flurry for calling him Ginger Cool again. So at least he is standing up for himself. I just don't really care. Sasha does wink at Flurry that they're in this together. So, but that's all that people cared about. Augie had his sons figure out how to move the dimensional key twice to move it from door to door because he was scared and did not want to kill himself trying to figure that out. So here now this is the thing that I was alluding to from the beginning of the episode that I was not a big fan of. So ads thought that Augie was a super genius to make the portal. But instead of actually saying, no, he stole it from an alien, it's like, no, of course not. That's crazy because he flunked out of school since 10th grade. And the thing that I wasn't a fan of is that, well, actually, the other thing she asks is like, then how did he make all the helmets and the stuff, like the costumes and stuff like that? And all he says is that that's complicated. But they never elaborate on what makes it complicated. Like what, like did he steal the helmets and the costume too? Like the white dragon.
I mean, that doesn't sound that complicated. So I don't know what it is.
So it's like,
who knows for all.
Yeah. So the thing for me is like, again, I think like what made Augie an interesting character in the first season is that like he was a Klansman, yes, but he also didn't seem like a dumb redneck. Like he seemed pretty intelligent for what he was doing. Like he knew his way around. He seemed to know like general science. Like he seemed to be smart, and I think that was like an interesting twist to have a character like that with Augie. So I thought it was kind of weird to just go back to making him a dumb redneck.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing. Yeah, but yeah,
because
it's like, oh well, why do you care? He's a racist. He's like, oh, all right, whatever, fuck me.
Yeah, and it's like for me, it's like I could be fine with him stealing the QUC from an alien. That part I could be fine with, but to say that he also didn't make the helmets and the suits either, it's like, so he is just a fucking idiot. It's like,
yeah,
he didn't do anything. It's like, I don't know. It's like that kind of stuff is like where it was just kind of unnecessary for a retcon's sake, just to add to the one to put him back in the trope of the dumb redneck racist. Because I know it's not great because he's racist, but like he's still like able to. I just thought like him being a genius was at least a decent kind of like different kind of character.
Was presented in season 1,
Yeah, he just never really seemed like.
Oh, wait, I get it. That wasn't canon.
That wasn't canon. Yes.
See, it all fits.
Fuck. Yeah, it's not canon. It's just a bad retcon. That's just kind of my thing. Again, I'm not condoning any behavior just by calling him smart. So
yeah, because it has to be said to people.
Yeah, just to keep that clear. Sasha sent Economist out to the van to get tools to pick the lock on the QUC. Enough time for him to call Peacemaker to let him know that he needs to stall for more time. Again, why would anybody trust Economist to be alone at any point? I know she eventually tells somebody else to go and help him, but like, he can still call his best friend Peacemaker that they know very well that they're best friends. I've always found that kind of dumb about Economist's inclusion in the story. So then here, Peacemaker says 6 months ago when he went to the alternate Earth, Rick was keeping an eye on him for 8 months. So I guess he went into the QC that glitched, like he said, but he never went for 6 entire months until after Superman's events and after breaking up with Harcourt for Argus. to notice the glitch was the same that Lex did. I find that bullshit. Chris told ads about seeing the ghost dad. That was in the finale, I think, of season 1.
Yeah, I think it was the last scene when he sits down at home and sees.
Wait, but you told me you saw like a ghost version of your dad. It's like who's not, and the ghost dad is not in the season at all.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's
I
probably
know.
just an off-screen reference as to ads being told about this, which is interesting. It is a reference to so in the comics, there's 2 iterations of Peacemaker because he was introduced into Charleston comics first, where the initial characterization of Peacemaker was like the straight up, I'll do anything for peace, whether that be killing men, women, and children, all this stuff. Well, that wasn't initially what it was, but like he is like he'll do anything he can to keep the peace and all this stuff. And he was also like a diplomat as well in his like Chris Smith alter ego as well. So there's that. And then you have like his when he was added into DC Comics, like then they've added like that stuff with the Nazi dad, like his Wolfgang Schmidt or something like that, his father. And then when his father killed himself in front of his 5-year-old son, then like Chris is like seeing like visions of his ghost dad like haunting him throughout his life and that kind of stuff. So that's probably it's definitely a reference to that.
Yeah, I mean, what little comic references we have, you know.
Yeah. Augie Smith is a entirely unique character. Keith Smith is an entirely unique character because again, Gunn loves his OC characters. White Dragon is a character in the comics, but like he's a Hawk. He's a Hawkman villain. He is racist though, so that is consistent. I I guess it's a fair change. I think. Obviously, you're probably not going to do Wolfgang Schmidt, the actual Nazi father. So just making a Klansman is fair enough. I can give him that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's probably it's definitely the reference as to why he sees the ghost dad. But I would have thought they would have brought him back in season 2, but they didn't do that because we got to be more serious.
Sure.
Peacemaker specifically says that the alternate dimension is like theirs, but better. And let's never ask that question in the finale as to what did you mean by that?
Yeah.
But better. Yeah, so they make it to Chris's grandfather's house to operate the QUC while Economos stalls. It causes a sonic blast that teleports the QUC. Luckily, that doesn't kill Chris and Ads when they're knocked back. There's a picture of Rick Flag Sr. and looks to be his younger brother at best. Yeah. Sasha got nothing, but it would make sense to have a heavy lock for a sweater. Close. Oh, okay. Sasha, my bad. Sasha had found that there was nothing in the closet, and Rick is saying, "Well, that wouldn't make sense. Why would he have a heavy lock for a sweater closet?" So he's asking for the address to Amelia Harcourt. Harcourt continues to get into bar fights just because. Rick talks about his broken back due to Waller's BS. I'm wondering if Rick snitched about Waller for Clayface breaking his back because that's not her fault if that was the case. That was just my own opinion. The funeral had Harcourt tell Rick that Smith killed Junior just because Waller ordered him to. Senior knew this 8 months ago, and Junior died 3 years ago. Why was the funeral so late for this information to be shared? I think I wrote this. I think I wrote this before I watched the next episode, so it kind of confused me the way that this was sentenced. So like after the funeral, Harcourt does tell Rick that yeah, it was Peacemaker to kill um him. But then it's like, but then they show the flashback in the next episode where no, at the funeral they don't talk about that because it's still under jurisdiction. You know, I can't tell you like who killed your son. And again, it's like even then, it's like you can still lie. Like a building fell on Rick because that's technically true. That actually happened. The entire building fell on top of Rick Flag. You don't have to tell him that like, oh, somebody killed your son. I don't know. It's like these guys are agents. You're telling me that they can't lie.
They found a conscience.
Hmm. Yeah, but Rick Flags Jr. can cheat.
Oh yeah, yeah. All right.
Yeah. And then Rick says, "Well, the thing is that we've defied orders. Me and Pocolistan, you and Ricky and Corda Maltese. We all defied Waller's orders when she went too far. You didn't do anything in Pocolistan."
Yeah. It was convenient leaving out he only defied orders because he was a stupid simp.
Yeah. The thing is, like the princess of Pocolistan still died, so you didn't do anything.
That's true.
Yeah. And like we don't even know what he thought about that. We don't know his thoughts on the bride, another metahuman that we'll get to that part. At least Argus is okay. So this is where I made my comment. Argus, the headquarters of Argus is also set in Washington State and not Washington D.C. Just like the Hall of Justice is in Metropolis, not in Washington D.C. I don't know why they keep doing this. I know it's like convenient to have like these things like near each other so you can have your set pieces and stuff like that, or not have like Rick fly 3,000 miles or something like that to be in the headquarters and all that stuff. I don't know. I just find that kind of dumb. Um, whenever they keep doing this stuff with the location stuff, it's like but then again, I learned that the Flash had Ace Chemicals, so in their so
Yeah.
maybe it does make sense. So at least they, yeah, but they talk about Ricky being a good man. No, he was a cheater.
Mm-mm.
So who cares? Senior explains that Harcourt knew she was blacklisted by Waller out the door. Waller, so Harcourt already knew this information, but like Rick Senior's like, yeah, that was true. You did get blacklisted. Waller used Harcourt to blame because of maybe she was the one who possibly corrupted her daughter to blab to the press. That's the only reason, really.
Yeah.
Economos, like
Yes.
they wouldn't do that because Economos actually has technical skills that are very useful. He's been working in the CIA since he was 14 years old. So that's why Harker was easier to make the fall person. Senior says that Peacemaker's arrest will get her back into the government's graces. It turns out Ad sold her spy ad to a scam magazine for gay porn. Because why not? Chris admits to killing the alt him after he was caught seeing a pic of his alt and alt Harcourt in love. And for some reason, that is not important in the finale for any reason.
It wasn't about the ultimate dimension.
Yeah, the show was never about the alternate dimension. Yeah, it was about the characters. Generic goodwill talk about maybe you were born in the right or wrong universe to live your life. It's not important for the finale.
Nope.
Chris calls the dimension he's in the dark dimension where he can't catch a break, and the other one is the light where his brother is alive and his dad loves him and who is a hero. So now here's my next comment. Ads. I don't think ads was wrong in thinking that maybe this is a world where it's doing what you think is perfect. Like it's not real. It's just like your imagination. Like everything he's describing is like this sounds like everything you want is happening. You wanted your dad and brother. You want to be in Harcourt's relationship. You want to be a superhero in this world, and all these things are actually happening for you. Maybe it's just like a dimension where it's like you walk in and it takes on what you want. No, it's real. Like we know it's real as like the audience, like we know it's real. Knows it's real, but like I think ads is still like in the right in terms of like, yeah, it just sounds like you're making it up in terms of like what you think you want is that's what how the universe would work or something. And honestly, I feel like that would be more interesting. Like going into a universe that isn't real. I guess it would be multiverse of madness bullshit again. But or WandaVision more accurately. But I don't know. Well, minus the brainwashing. But like I don't know, maybe that would be a little bit more interesting if like that like if that was the thing, like this isn't a real reality or anything like that. It's like that kind of thing. Um I'm imagining it like the world like the Alone universe that Squidward was
That's
in.
what it goes into.
Yeah.
I know. I know.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean that would be a little bit more interesting, but then we have to do the twist because that's super important, but not important enough. Um, yeah. So the problem is that ads is considered to be in the dark dimension by Chris, and where the other has love for the dad and the bro. But this would be where Gunn's patented found family love line would be, but it's not the finale yet, so we can't do it yet. Because I feel like ads would say that. Well, you think this is the dark dimension, but like you have friends that love you though. But like she can't say that now because she has to save that for the finale. So that's what. Adrian arrives with the door. Chris wants to meet Harcourt before he does something. Rick takes away Economist's phone because he doesn't trust him. He should have done that a long time ago. Harcourt is going to the location, letting Rick know that he's going to bring the full squad. Um, Red Saint Wild does his Looney Tunes racist shaman dance, and then
Funny.
then the needle drop music, and then the episode done. And you know what's funny is like that shot of him like in front of the fireplace. That was the first look at Peacemaker season 2, and people thought that was Green Arrow. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, I vaguely do.
Yeah, people thought that shot like behind the shaman's back that was Green Arrow.
Yeah.
I really have no fucking idea why.
I'm trying to think what about that is Green Arrow. Did they think it was like him on the island with long hair?
I think so.
I don't know, what a weird line of thinking.
So it's a Peacemaker first look. What do you think? Green Arrow. Yeah, that's normal. Yeah, that was the funny thing about that. So we're halfway through the show, 2.5
Yeah.
hours. Um, I think this will be a little bit faster because these episodes are shorter.
Yeah.
Which is good for us. The funeral of Junior was 3 years ago. Even 3 years ago, Rick doesn't have gray hair. Yeah, they just can't give him gray hair in any scene. Flashbacks in the present time, anything like. There's no point where he ever had gray hair. Like, why the fuck would you? Was it really worth casting him?
No.
And then here we go with this line where Senior's like, he loved you, you know. He loved a lot of women, General. Yeah, Rick famously loved a lot of women, according to Suicide Squad 2016. I never loved anybody until I met June. But who knows? Maybe he
Not
just
canon.
learned how to love a bunch of women in the last like 7 years. Bro, he's a dick slinger. Look, I know Joel Kinnaman is an attractive man. I could acknowledge that. That doesn't really mean anything, though. Come on. Superman is a good looking man, but you're not going to tell me that you can't even let him be in a relationship with a mermaid. Like, come on. This is stupid. Okay. So Senior's logic is that Junior thought Harcourt as a friend, but because they fucked, it must mean love. That was like a bizarre like leap of logic. The opening of TSS is impossible that they had to retcon it because it's really dumb. I don't even remember them calling her Harcourt in the movie. Like I think it's just a kind of like a clear example. Maybe I'm misremembering, to be fair. But I do remember hearing John's name, like Economos' name, John. But I don't think they said Harcourt or Amelia or anything. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. I felt like it was probably coming from Peacemaker when that happened, or maybe it was in like the post credit scene, like Amelia, what do you think? Or when they were talking about our punishment is to watch over the Peacemaker. I'm not sure. So here Harcourt says that whoever killed Junior will pay, and she will make sure of it. So again, I still don't understand why they can't say that the starfish killed him. Debris did collapse over his corpse after all, so it's not crazy that a porcelain might have fell into his heart from that. And obviously, this is meant for us as the audience to justify why Harcourt was asked to him in season 1 because he killed her sugar daddy, but it really doesn't. She was already justified because she was a strong woman who didn't want to be objectified when he was a sexist fuck in season 1 in the very first episode. So I don't really understand. Like, I don't understand the push and pull as to like why this was the logic that they went with. Then you get your the title card again. They really wanted to do a full extra. Huh?
I just said Julia.
Yeah. They really wanted to do a full extraction of Peacemaker in a public park surrounded by children and believe that it would not be a problem. Chris is hiding behind things and people. I thought that was pretty cool. Like where he's jumping into like the puppy pen. He's like playing soccer with the kids. He's hiding behind like the guy who's flying his kite or like something like that. I thought that was interesting. So that there's no clear shot on him. Then he puts Harcourt on the other side of him so that it's out of the line of gun sight. That's one thing that was competent, but that doesn't really matter because
Because it's about to get even more stupid.
Guess he's about to be more stupid. So so the whole time was just for him to know if the boat was real or not when he was in the clear. This really, really, really is not cute or worth this kind of stupidity. Just because the show says he's stupid does not mean anything. Like, oh, it's like, could you just tell me was the boat real or not? And it's like, she keeps saying no, it was not real. But it's like, I'm not accepting that answer until you say yes. Like, what kind of self respect is that? So he asked about Rick Flag Jr. and how he killed her only friend, quote unquote, sugar daddy.
So I'm confused. When did he learn this? By the fact that alternate
Alternate
Rick was
universe.
dating Harcourt?
Alt Harcourt, yeah.
So then he just assumes it must be true in the main universe, and he was right.
Yeah, and that's my problem with these alternate that's one of my problems with the alternate universe. Is like, wow, it just lines up perfectly for some
Yeah.
things, but not everything though. The Nazi thing is just a oopsie. Yeah, so he asked about Rick Flag Jr. How is it because like yeah, it's because you killed my only friend, aka your sugar daddy. And that he gets, but Chris is still pretty mature in this whole thing. Is like, I understand where you're coming from and all that stuff. Um, Even then, it's like I still don't think this was a thing from season one. I never gone through season one and thought, yeah, Harcourt and Rick used to fuck. Why would I assume that?
Or clear. Oh, clearly there's another reason that Harcourt must dislike this guy who's being an arrogant, sexist asshole.
Yeah. So Flurry comes out with a gun, but they allow Peacemaker to run so he can get another dude to get hit by the trank. Instead of just shooting him earlier. So Sasha enhances to cyborg mode just to get a clear shot on Chris, who was already in a clear shot, but okay.
Yeah.
If
Great.
I have a
Great
zero
rid of all that. Thanks.
percent chance of shooting him, and it'll be fatal, but it's going to be worth it. Rick's saying, "You take the shot." It's like Harcourt looks around. It's like then she goes in to knock him over, punches him, and then knocks him out. Um, Randomness, but it's the same old Amelia. So great, great, great. Rick casually being rewarded for other people's competence instead of the CEO because the CEO loves him for some reason. Basically, that's what happened. Rick didn't do anything. He just had you do this, you do that, you do this. Good job. Now I get all the credit. Thank you, Mr. CEO of the DC company. Ad makes people think that she's a prostitute. Adrian doesn't kill prostitutes because he's a cinnamon roll. Red Saint Wild has his eagle escapades. Sasha is just so bad. I don't give a fuck about the argument about why didn't you let me take the shot? Rick is the one who told me to do it. He wanted a trank gun for a reason. Duh.
I don't know why she cared so much about that she didn't get to shoot him.
I don't know.
I don't understand.
Yeah. Back in Argus, this was another comment I made, but it was like those before I realized that Argus is not set in Washington D.C. It's set in Washington State. So they bamboozled me. They bamboozled. Economos explains to Sasha. So she explains to Harcourt why is Sasha being such a bitch. Well, you see, she was in a plane crash and she almost died, but like they Argus had recovered her body for some reason. I don't know what particular reason, but they recovered half her body to be cybernetic, and basically that's why.
So, no, we have to save the Latina. I mean, understandable, I guess.
Yeah. Harcourt demands John to get Peacemaker arrested so that he's on record and that Flag doesn't kill him. This, and even then, it's like I still don't think this is love. I still think this as a friend kind of a thing. So this isn't doing anything for me for that reason either. A man and woman being friends is not bad, by the way. For some reason, Junior is a friend, but they fucked. But Chris, she loves Chris, but they won't fuck. So what kind of backwards logic is this?
She loves him so much she won't fuck him. It's romantic.
Yeah. Rick tells to turn off the recording equipment and close the shades and remove all Peacemaker's cuffs. Yeah, that's a totally normal thing to do with or without the motivation of killing Junior. Yeah, I want you to turn off the recording devices, close the shades, lock the door, and do all this stuff.
Anyway, whatever you do, don't come in here.
Whatever you do, don't come in here. Yeah.
But it's all part of the plan. Let's just see later.
Yeah. Chris tells Senior that he admired his son, so Chris is trying to apologize as much as he
This
can.
is this is the big scene of
He admires
yeah.
his son, but at the time he was caught up in the dark way at looking at the world. Kill anyone in the sake of the peace was the way, but on that, whether that case really be, because he still killed Solsario's men with Bloodsport and the others, so he still operated on something. But is that canon or not? I don't know.
Yeah.
Rick beating the shit out of him, of somebody bigger and stronger than him. And yeah, so I wrote this down. This reminds me of like Abby, like straight up, like yeah, like let's get like this person, like one who was pretty competent before. Now, to be fair, Peacemaker is depressed, so of course he's not like in the right state of mind, I guess, so to speak, or he doesn't want to fight Flag Senior at all because he feels like he deserves this. I understand that, but like even then, I still feel like it's like Abby in the sense of like Abby suddenly comes across somebody who's like, oh, I met this guy Tommy, who and apparently he's in Wyoming. I don't know where in Wyoming, but like he's there. So they go there, and it's like, how am I gonna find him? Oh, let's go across this like snowstorm, and suddenly Joel and Tommy has to go and save Abby, and then oh, let me say my name is Joel because it's a great idea. Um, there you go. So here in this case, he's rewarded everything. He got the director of Argus because the president just thinks there's no other person capable for the job because he's a named character. Surely that's good enough.
Yeah.
He gets other people to arrest Peacemaker for him. And that's that. So and then they're trying to go like, yeah, he deserves this. He earns this. No, he didn't. And we'll expand more on Rick Senior towards the end in terms of his development, especially from Creature Commandos to Superman to this, because again, he is the only character who has been in all three DCU projects. So, yeah,
Yeah.
he's the guy. When you think of DC, you think of Rick Flag Sr.
Ugh.
So he kicked Peacemaker so hard that he cracked the wall behind him. That was the first thing I noticed. Unless they want to give me a bullshit that the surgery on his back gave him metahuman things, or they make him a half cyborg like Sasha. I don't know. They didn't explain that. For somebody who got his back broken, he seems pretty spry. Close the recordings and cameras and the blinds. Yeah, no one can get what's going on here. That boy was, and then this is his line. That boy was a better man you could ever be, dream of being, and you're an ass. So what?
The cheater.
Also, he says it himself. Better man than I could ever dream of being. Do you think you're doing your son proud? Maybe, but because he's a cheater, so who cares?
Oh, that's the tragedy of it all. It's you see.
He thinks this is what his son would want. He's a grown man.
Mm-hmm.
So Peacemaker says he regrets killing Junior, but blinded by rage, so whatever. Sasha's mad at John for booking Chris because she's always mad at something. Flurry is glad. Flurry is glad that it happened. I don't really understand
it's
why.
Like, bro, whoa, okay, this is where this come from.
Yeah, Flurry's like, yeah, I'm glad that you took Peacemaker to jail. It's like, I don't know where that came from. So now back to the Eagly subplot with the comically big gun. And that's that. Judo Master watching Economos send Chris to ads and Adrian after he was booked, but he couldn't go to the local jail because Flag beat him up. What a great logic. Another set of explaining words over the. There's another moment of like where they explain the words over the woman, where exposition is said that the mission is too. So this is like Sasha talking to Flag now, and then Flag is like talking over her, like, "Oh, this is what I think you're thinking of," just like in Creature Commandos. You think I'm too close to the case, but it's necessary to protect the U.S. from an interdimensional rift, like in Metropolis. By the way, Superman did not set any of this up for Rick's character. I just want to make that clear.
Yes, you did. Did you see the ending?
Yeah. You mean the face where he makes like the same grimace? Big frown. That means everything.
That's
Sure,
gross.
Rick made a face for metahuman lines, but that's not a face. Yeah. Sasha's still caught up on not killing Chris, but that's because he knew Harcourt was going to protect Peacemaker by knocking him out. And then he's banking on Chris, knowing that he's on a now he's banking on Chris to think that now that Rick is like in revenge mode, that he might go kind of crazy and all that stuff, and probably be messy, and he won't notice Judo Master on his tail to send him right into the new portal. Rick, you don't have to pretend to like be competent. Gunn loves you. He's gonna make you seem like you're competent. Like, don't worry, buddy. It's like, God, I'm so intelligent. No, you're not. You're being taken care of. And then after this, Sasha decides to riz Flag. Why? And
I don't know.
And
Where
as
this
for Flag,
what this is supposed to be.
And as for Flag, it's like, he's not learned anything from Alana. Yeah, this is the general of our country.
It's character flaw.
Character flaw. Getting risked by women half your age. Okay, I guess. Next is Adrian, the cinnamon roll, is kind of jealous that Peacemaker never talks about him. But why don't we talk about some Manta Ray facts? Chris is done with Harcourt for now, because he thinks that she was trying to get rid of him and get him back into Argus and all this stuff.
It's like, it's like you're fucking stupid. You go out there. She told you it was a trap, and then she tells you this thing, trying to make you you go away. You don't think for a second that maybe there's there's a reason that she's saying it.
But ignorance is Chris.
It was just pissing off.
Yeah, I know he's not like super intelligent or anything, but he's not this stupid. Like, he's kind of brain dead. But ignorance is Chris, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
The subplot about Eagly doesn't notice a big gun shooting, I guess, because Eagly is in the area where Red Saint Wild is like trying to shoot him and all that stuff, but near the cabin. But I guess Peacemaker, Adrian, and Ads just don't hear that giant ass gun fire, I guess. That doesn't matter. So Eagly turns out to be the real Prime Eagle. Who cares?
Yeah, Kelsey, great. I'm glad we spent all this time on this stupid nothing subplot with this nothing character. This doesn't factor in at all any in the later episodes.
Yeah, but you see, James Gunn likes to kill Michael Rooker in really brutal ways. So what? But I mean, I don't know. It's not funny. Oh, stop. Red Saint Wild is dead. Eagly does this cosmic bird shit, and then he becomes a stupid animal again. Because patented James Gunn animal cute trope. Flurry makes midget jokes. Yeah. Sasha is just randomly rizzing Flag now after all this. Chris writes a letter to the gang. Peacemaker goes into the rift, but Judah Master follows in. The way that they found out Judah Master's following in is by like the Cheeto fingerprints on it. Okay. Chris goes back to Earth X just in time to fight a kaiju. Keith doesn't recognize Eagly, so and it's kind of weird. I thought they would have had an Eagly in that universe, but I guess not.
I guess it's supposed to be because America's so different. I don't know. That
I guess they
the
don't have a
bald
symbol of
eagle's
eagles
no,
in
it's like a
the
symbol.
universe.
Yeah, I you know,
Yeah,
I
but
guess
the peace cycle still has
the stars and
the
stripes, yeah,
stars and
or stars.
not that other shape.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that of Chris is never going to be redeemed in the mainline universe, so he wants to go into the other universe for a better life. I understand this, like this logic that he is thinking. It's just that the Nazi twist is really gonna change everything, but it doesn't. That's what's really annoying about this. He also says in the letter that he's going to say yes to the relationship with ex Harcourt. Is this really romantic to you, real Harcourt? Like he even tells her, like he even says in the letter, "Yeah, I'm gonna tell the X universe Harcourt that yeah, I want to be in a relationship with her." And then it's like, yeah, I guess that's romantic, but to who? Like, I don't know. The twist is stupid, bro. I really don't understand what is the purpose of Chris naming everyone except for Adrian in the letter. Because he says
crying, feel bad.
Because it does like the crying thing, the uwu sign crying cinnamon roll. This is like really disappointing because like I like Freddie Stroma. Again, I think he's really great. I obviously I think nobody even knew that that was Cormac McLagan from
I don't know.
From the Half Blood Prince at the time. John Cena was saying like he never knew that Freddie was even British because like every time he would like talk to him like on set or like in the scenes or anything like that, he would always speak with an American accent. So like when they went to the interviews and he started talking in his British accent, he was like bewildered. So clearly he fooled like was able to fool like someone like John Cena. But yeah, I mean, you know, Adrian Chase, the cinnamon roll and nothing else. And you can never talk about like you know he's counterpart of somebody who was a lawyer who wanted to mean well and be a superhero, but it ended up causing him to commit suicide. I guess we can't talk about that because Gunn made Adrian Chase, so that's got to be better than the comics, I guess. Um, I don't understand how John is allowed to walk around after all this when he's the one who sent Chris back to his friends and now escaped. Yeah, because like Argus just does not punish John at all. And then Harcourt is also difficult to buy now that Rick is supposedly keeping an eye on her. So like yeah, Chris has like left the universe and it's entirely John and Harcourt's fault. And they don't get punished for this by Rick and the Argus team. So makes no sense. Ads asks Harcourt about knocking Chris out and turning him into Argus, and she said that was only to save his life from the cyborg, which was a relief for her. Harcourt will use the device to get Chris back. He's been an asshole and he left you for another you. I know he's the main character, but where's your integrity, woman? And slow motion needle drop. And the trio killed the kaiju, totally not a reference to another movie. And Chris kisses ex Harcourt in the office. I wonder if Rick Jr. would care about this.
No, he's just gone.
He's just gone, bro. He cucked so hard that he disappeared. Okay, now we're on episode 6. So 6, 7, 8. These are the. Oh, this is something we do need to mention. So, when Gunn first made the show, and then he gave the show out for the early press reviewers to watch the show in advance. He actually only gave them the first 5 episodes. He never gave them 6, 7, 8 because he said they're so massive in what they are. They're so big that like he can't let anybody see it until like the final day. So everybody who watched it early in advance, they only watched the first 5 episodes. They never got to watch 6, 7, 8. So 6, 7, 8, that's what generated so much hype. And like Gunn also was always saying, like Gunn never talked about the first 5 episodes really in this press conference. Like, I mean, he would say some things here and there, obviously. But the most part, he's always talking about 6, 7, 8. Like he's always talking about 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, and that's it. So, a lot of hype for these 3 episodes. Was it worth it? We'll definitely see. So the episode is called Ignorance is Chris. Fuck you.
Uh-huh.
So the top trio, they have a photo with a bunch of kids. I don't know what's going on with these like stupid names lately. Top trio, Justice Gang. I know it's a reference to Terrible Trio, but like I don't know. The Terrible Trio is actually fine, but I don't know. Because they're villains too. That also works. Argus doesn't know Vigilante's secret identity, so they could use the portal there. I don't know why they can't use another warehouse.
Something anywhere else.
Yeah. And then this is the thing that just for some reason was the funniest thing ever. Adrian calling his mom a bitch. And then not just that, like continuously
relentlessly a cunt towards her. And it's supposed to be funny, I guess.
No, not the cinnamon roll.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Ads asks Harcourt if she wanted to do this because turning the device will cost her job at Argus. Ads is just like kind of like the neutral morality character at this point. I don't even know what she believes herself at this point. More Dick Adrian.
She believes whatever she has to tell the other characters.
Wait, isn't that wrong for you though? Wait, this is the right thing to do. But is that wrong for you? Okay, I guess. Again, I know that the mom is embarrassing, but like, come on. That doesn't mean this is like funny or okay.
You're not a teenager.
Yeah, he's a 38-year-old man, which to be fair, nobody knows that. Adrian lying about a superhero life from his mom, that's fine. I can accept that, but like, yeah. But I don't know. I guess like referring to Amelia as the slut was kind of funny. But it's only because of the follow up is like it's like I mean I tell my mom stuff about things like how I'm a slut. Well, I had to base some things on reality before opening the door. So it turns out that Vigilante, he keeps like pretty much all his blood money and cocaine in there. It's not his though. It's all the drug dens and the mob that he stopped and all that stuff. Millions and millions of dollars in there. But you see the problem is those are blood money, so can't give those to the cops because they'll be corrupt and steal it and then not use it properly. So he just keeps it.
How did he get all this into his house? Because I don't think he would take blood all the time, because if it was big raids, it'd have to be a lot.
He has the power of cloak from Marvel.
Of course.
Yeah. Or he's been doing this for like over the years. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it's supposed to be over the years, but I because he
Even
says
then,
like the
isn't
way he stops raids. So like the way I guess would have to be explained if he brings it in little by little. But I don't think it would just be that if he would stop
I mean,
unless it would take so long. No, he
yeah,
says you can't give it to the cops. So presumably it takes everything. So
eventually, like the slower he does it, the cops will eventually like pick it out, unless he has his own van or something. But we don't know about that either. Um, episode 6. Right here we go. Yeah, so Adrian has all the blood money because he doesn't trust the cops to not to use it. This is the biggest cinnamon roll, as he can't use the millions of blood money, so he chooses to be broke instead. Uh, yeah. Ads testing out the portal. Oh, right. They had like a little bit of like Adrian getting in his costume for the first time in this entire season. The first time in the first season, he would constantly wear the suit.
he was barely out of the costume. Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, like one of my favorite things about Adrian in the first season, before they started making him the quit machine, was like I actually enjoyed like when he was always wearing the mask, like even in sex, but like not for that reason, but like it's more like he was actually protective of a secret identity. That like when the senator pulls off his mask, the first thing he does is like contort his face into weird faces because he feels like if he keeps his face still for a few seconds, then like people see his like facial features. So if he can does like weird faces, then like they can't get a good look at his face. Like it felt like somebody actually cared about his secret identity, is what I'm trying to say. Because you don't get that at all in superhero content. But then, yeah, more goop bullshit.
Well, now it's animal facts.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I don't even understand because he knows that Vigilante was like a fan favorite, like Gunn. So I don't know why he.
He thought this would make him more fan favorite, I guess.
Yeah, that's why we get a second one. We'll get to him.
Oh no! There's two of them.
Yeah. Yeah. So Ads has the portal. She tests it out. Luckily, she remembers how the portal works. Though it does blast some cocaine into the guy's clothes, I guess. So there you go. Cinnamon roll. He says, "No, I can't put the cocaine in the toilet. Otherwise, the alligators will get hit by cocaine." You want to quiz me on alligator facts?
Oh, shut up!
Yeah. So Ads was saying like, how are they gonna find him in the 99 doors? It's like, well, Peacemaker said that it has like it's similar to his where like they has like a rack of Peacemaker helmets, so we just need to find that. Luckily, there's not more of that in throughout the 99 doors, so okay. Um, I wonder if like if there's a universe where Lex Luthor has this QUC too, because like you have like mainline Lex Luthor like making the pocket dimension like physically himself using the atomic Big Bang, because like of course you can just naturally do that.
Yeah.
So I would wonder if like there's an alternate universe of Lex where he actually has a QUC himself. So it's like I feel like that could be something, but what do I know? Yeah, so Rick is informed that Peacemaker, Harcourt, Economos are all MIA. He knows that they are friends. Why would he ever allow them to be alone? I don't understand this at all.
Well, according to plan.
It's all according to plan. Gunn, is this what you want? Actually, I have it. Let me talk to Gunn's other favorite character. So now he says, let me go to Belle Reeve and speak to a prisoner. Oh boy, I can't wait to sleep.
Yeah, Belle Reeve, all right. Lex Luthor comes out.
I love that gift so much. Um, Harcourt sees the pic of Alt, Chris, and Harcourt together and comments how very creepy and fucked up this is. This is really getting on my
Yeah,
nerves. I'm not gonna lie. This is like getting on my nerves. Like,
this really is. He sleeps with her, well,
yeah,
like under the guise of being someone she was already in a relationship with. It's really messed up.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, so Keith comes in and hears Harcourt. She doesn't. So for me, this is kind of like the weird of like, hey, I thought you were over here. No, I thought you were over here. And the thing is, like for here, it's like Harcourt does not look anything like ex Harcourt at all. So it's like, so that kind of jazz doesn't really work compared to Peacemaker. I would say, in my opinion. Um, but like for him, it's like the weird thing is like, wait, she was wearing pants. I've known her for 10 years. She would never wear pants.
Okay.
May I see it? There you go. John finding the multiverse gross is fair. I could see that logic. Harcourt joins Keith to go to Argus. Chris and Alt Harcourt have sex. So hello, raping superhero plotline again.
Cool.
Yeah, that's just a great thing to do. Will he get vilified at like Wonder Woman? I don't think so. I'm gonna be completely honest because nobody talks about it.
Not
I
yeah.
know I know that's not gonna happen. So there you go. Harcourt already notices that there are only white people. Like immediately. She already noticed that. That's great. Vigilante is just walking to his ex house, laughing and goofing around, pointing out all the little things. My dad is not gay in this universe. That's so
Cheerios have an
that's
H at the end.
that's so funny. 6 cats talking to each other. Why would 6 cats be talking about? Big old cinnamon rolls. Oh, spaghettios. Now we get 2 cinnamon rolls. Are you fucking kidding me?
Hey, we Spider-Man mean.
Yeah.
Do you know in Half Blood Prince when Voldemort's drinking the like despair potion and he's like, kill me, kill me. You know, I relate.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Do you think that Earth X Spider-Man is the Lotus
Yeah,
one?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know how Spider-Man invented by a Jewish man was brought about here, but who knows?
What does Spider-Man mean though?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, so two cinnamon rolls. And then we get to the biggest cameo. Uh Lex Luthor.
Oh, I know him from
James
Superman.
Gunn's second favorite character. Or truly his favorite character. It's just, Rick Flag Sr. though. He's the guy for some
So
reason.
cool.
So cool. So Lex is walking with a cane 1 month later. So Crypto really fucked him up. And again, my comment from the Superman video, even if he deserved it, Superman was still an ass for not doing anything about it and not informing his cousin to train her fucking dog. So, yeah. Oh, but Injustice Superman, I don't care. Lex comments that the last time they saw each other, Rick was denying metahumans were a threat, and now it seems like they're taking over the world. Now, this is what I wanted to comment on this. They keep telling us this. We don't see it. If taking over the world is just the Justice Gang, Maxwell Lord, the head of the Justice Gang, he told us that they're not doing that because they're trying to keep a low profile because the metahumans are in a bad light. Why are they in a bad light? I don't know. Maybe if you told me that it's because Hawkgirl killed a president of a foreign country, maybe I can give it some tangibility here or there. But we don't do that. We don't have any of that. So, we're just like lacking like any kind of thing. And for me, I still want to say the metahuman stuff for the final episode because like that's the only episode where that really matters. But again, this is a lot of tell over show kind of a thing going on. And then not just that, we we gotta have Lex Luthor here. So there you go.
Yeah, but he's here and he says, I watched man a grizzly bear man butt fuck a cartoon twink with glowing eyes or whatever.
I like his voice. I like his
Haha.
voice. I think Nick does a good voice for Lex.
Oh yeah.
I like it better here
Yeah.
when he's screaming like a child. Then I don't.
What a, what a.
Yeah. Yeah. So Rick. That is their ship.
That's their ship name.
We were told that there's been 3 breakouts in Belle Reve and Arkham, but it's not impacted or shown. We are in Belle Reve right now in this scene, but it doesn't seem like there's any crazy protection to make sure something doesn't go wrong or anything like that. You don't see anything with the cops or the details or anything like that. I don't know. That was kind of annoying because we're in Belle Reve now, the place that they told us that had 3 breakouts this month or whatever, but we don't get that understanding at all. You're not supposed to think about it though,
Exactly. Let's shoot this year.
Lex also says that Superman and the Justice Gang are determining international politics. Which, why, and how. Superman has 0 political knowledge, and it's just his political knowledge is on if you're good, then you're good. If you're bad, then you're bad. That's his logic. And then the Justice Gang, they at least say that they're trying to keep a low profile, even though they said it in episode 1 and not shown it. But how are Superman and Justice Gang determining international politics? I don't see your logic. Okay, but Lex listens to a bear-sized man with dragon skin butt fucking a glowing twink with cartoon eyes every night.
That's it.
Yeah. Don't you get it? Because prisoners having gay sex is funny.
Mm-hmm. And people thought this was referring to Killer Croc and Phosphorus.
Yeah, it could be Killer Croc. I just don't think it is. Because the thing is, like a bear-sized man. It's like. You would say a croc, though.
Yeah, you would say like a crocodile man, probably.
Yeah.
But then bear-sized man.
And then a cartoon twink with glowing eyes. Like, I mean, that could even be a Thomas Scully. You never know. And plus, does Lex know his definition of a twink? I don't know. Does Gunn know what a twink is? I don't know. To be fair, I guess the twink definition is like different depending on who you ask. So there's that. So Lex said he did everything in his might to eradicate the metahuman blight, and now he's sent to serve a sentence for 265 years according to the judge. Flag is looking to transfer Lex to another prison, specifically one without metahumans, so Lex figured that it's clear Rick needs his help and is willing to barter something. Lex doesn't know that. So here's the funny thing is like Lex is like not supposed to be the one in control in the scene, but he is absolutely in control of the scene. And that just comes down to the performance. Like, come on, dude. Like Flag is the one who's actually supposed to be giving the advice. Or like the bartering thing is like, this is what I want. This is what I want you to do. But he's acting like he's the prisoner. It's just weird.
Yeah, because 'Cause he just ain't shit.
Yeah. I remember that Nicholas Holt. He was not able to go to New York Comic Con last week because of the
Yes,
hurt his leg. Yeah.
it was a. It's unfortunate.
Speedy recovery, bro. Um,
Yeah, hope he's doing better.
Flag is so Lex doesn't know who Peacemaker is, and Rick says that he's not a human metahuman. So my first comment is like, why is Mister Terrific a metahuman then?
Uh, he's so smart. That's his power.
Batman. Well, he's a popular character, so he's a metahuman.
Yeah.
So Lex doesn't think a costume vigilante are worth giving shit about because they're goofies, and being a goofy is not a threat to him. I still don't like this whole like connection to the metahuman stuff with Lex, especially since like he barely had that much of a connection to Superman himself. So it's like I don't know. It's like I feel like it's just trying to do this whole like DC universe like tying thing to make every character important for everything, but like at the same time it kind of sacrifices the actual relationship that people care about with Lex and Superman. But oh, that's what Man of Tomorrow is going to be about, surely.
Yeah, sure.
Rick explains that Peacemaker has a dimensional portal that he can move around and keep popping in and out on the marital scale radar. Rick wants to find that he wants to find it so that it doesn't tear another rift into the city. But the other reason is that it can benefit everyone, which we're going to learn in the finale. Lex suggests that he might have a scanner that could pinpoint the location of the portal. It might be useful if it's for his freedom. No, but you can get redemption from the government if he were to listen, but then it cuts away. So, yeah, that's the scene.
Wait.
So here's the thing. Chris goes for Harcourt, who was goes in for Harker, who was taken in for having cocaine on her body because of Adrian's cocaine that he stole. Chris is mad at Amelia, how she got into the dimension, but Amelia is also mad at him. Chris did write in the letter exactly what he was going to do and was following it, including I'm going to go into this universe and have a relationship with the Harcourt of this universe. Like he even said that in the letter. That doesn't mean it's right, of course. Chris thought the letter was heartfelt, but Harcourt thought it was bullshit. He's mad about her double cross, but she didn't double cross because of the cyborg, and he should have known that she would never do something like that to him if it didn't make sense. I will give her that because he is very dumb to point out because of ignorance is Chris. I liked Harcourt's talk about the patented guns found family, but it would have been better if this was a friends thing and not a love thing or a middle school interpretation of love. And again with the goddamn boat. But she's starting to fold because Chris now knows about Rick Flag Jr. because she never told him. Actually, because it was a retcon, my guy. But okay. Harcourt says that they did have a thing and he had a girlfriend, which doesn't sound that good. Peacemaker also doesn't comment about how he thought Junior was a real hero when the girl he likes is admitting that he was a sugar daddy. So, yeah. Because that doesn't matter. It focuses more on how he was trying to get someone whose boyfriend he killed. Maybe not the sheer coincidence that it happened. Rick could have been banging Bernice, the other girl who was in Superman, the girl with the glasses, instead of Harcourt. So it's a stupid retcon. And this is where I got really upset. Harcourt saying, I made my disdain for you pretty apparent when we first met because he was sexist.
Because he
Like
was, yeah, because he was a
what?
fucking asshole too. It's such bullshit. So
I was only mean to you because of Rick Flag and you killed him. It's like, no, it's not what it is. You didn't like him as a killer. That's one thing, but you said that as a general thing because he was considered as a supervillain enough to be in Task Force X. That's one, and then two, because he was a fucking sexist. Like again, I really don't think this season remembers that. That's what he did in season one, but I guess that's not true. I guess maybe that
well,
was
yeah,
retconned
it's
out.
not canon. Oh, ho, ho.
Yeah, let's take out character flaws when he actually improved as a person. That was the whole thing that it was going for in season one. Because he felt bad about killing Rick. He felt bad about like all these things. He felt bad about all these things going on, the father connection, all that stuff. And then Harcourt also seeing that Chris is genuinely trying to be a better person. So it's like even if you want to if you want to entertain a relationship kind of a thing here, you could do it. It's just that like but I think adding Rick just like actually made it worse cuz like that is not making the relationship stronger. It's like it's making me think how could you possibly ever be in a relationship with a person that killed your sugar daddy? Like that's just kind of dumb. And then my biggest thing is like if you wanted to have Harcourt and Flag like actually be friends, like just make that a retcon as like you take out the opening celebrating money thing about the Task Force X death. Fine, but like that doesn't mean you have to make them in love with each other. I think if you just have them be friends and like you had like a back and forth about the two of them, like because she's like a pragmatic kind of character and he's more like optimistic. So you can have kind of a conflict in that kind of thing where she's like having a conflict in like after Rick Flag's death. Like she respected him, but like they never really agreed on some things and you have some kind of a back and forth of there. And then after his death, it's like you kind of see like how could Rick like possibly be able to control such a crazy kind of thing like here or there with the people that respected him and that kind of stuff and that you give some kind of appreciation for that. I don't know. I just feel like having this all be based in friendship and not in relationship is like just much more tangible and realistic in terms of this kind of dynamic, especially when you have the extreme nature that like the guy that wants to be with her was a sexist. That was the thing in season one, and it's a fair thing to have. And you also saw that he was improving as a person overall. So I just don't think Rick being in the relationship added anything. I just think it just made her look kind of stupid, like with how it does. And then it also actively ruins Rick's character. But like, I guess who cares about him? Nobody liked him. I guess that's just that's just a thing that's really dumb. Um, yeah, but but that's just kind of like my thing. Yeah, I made it pretty apparent when we first met. He was a sexist. Like, come on, good lord. They so they both know that she doesn't hate him anymore, and that he loves her. Like they both know this information. The main thing here is that Chris is considering what she is saying, but the plot is structured in a way that she has to eventually fall in love with him, just because the plot wants this. She considers herself as a nightmare, and he doesn't agree or care about that. She goes to bar fights to feel something, and he still doesn't mind. Chris won't go back because of his dad and brother, which can be fine. And he says this from time to time, but my problem is that each time he ran back into the X universe is because he was mad at Harcourt not doing what he wanted her to do. So it's kind of weird because like it's like the nicest form of like it's like the most respectful form of gaslighting in the sense that like he's saying like oh it's like tell me about the boat. I don't like it. I didn't like it. It wasn't meant to be anything. No, tell me about the boat. I didn't like it. Tell me about the boat. I didn't like it. Tell me about the boat. I loved it. in the finale.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Great arc.
Gaslighting 101. That's my thing. Sasha is just suddenly into Rick, and that's not suspicious to him at all because Rick is stupid.
Because he doesn't learn fucking shit.
He doesn't learn his lesson. Lex gave Rick what he wants, and he'll be transferred to Van Kull. The cinnamon rolls are bonding over their favorite Pokemon, Infernape, and other favorite things. The only thing that Earth X Vigilante does not agree with is that Peacemaker is a friend, because X Chris was everything he wanted to tear down, to the point where they're arch enemies, and that's why he's on the Sons of Liberty. It's lucky that Ad stayed home cleaning the kitchen for most of the day. What did Gunn mean by this, by the way? Lucky that Blue Dragon was gone all day and Keith never came back for most of the day. Holy cannoli, a black in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you get your twist. Where all the Nazis just. And now Peacemaker starts to notice that on the desk is because haven't you noticed that I have not seen one colored person here? It's like, okay, these are the lines that we're getting. And yeah, so then he picks up a flag on the desk, and he sees that the flag is it doesn't have stars. It just has one big Nazi symbol.
It's the windmill, you might call it.
Yeah. So this is a perfect world, huh, Chris? Ignorance is Chris. Yeah, and so then everybody's chasing ads, but like the way they're doing it is like everybody who's like in cars, they just jump out of their cars just cause, and then they just chase after her, like running.
They're just doing it for, I guess.
Including Keith as well. He was in a truck that he braked, like slammed the brakes, and he's like, he gets out of the car, a black. And then he just starts running. Maybe get back in the car. Yeah, well, there you go. Ex-Augie comes back and he finds Economos. He stabs him in the hand, and he says that Peacemaker killed his son and he's been trying to live their life. And you can also tell that the Nazis are running slower so the ads can stay ahead. And then the needle drop. That was episode 6. My one comment I will give is that from an objective standpoint, I do understand like why people were kind of like into this episode in particular, because like it felt like a twist for people. I'm not going to say that it was for everybody, because like a lot of people, they already knew that it's very clear that this is like a Nazi universe, and we're just waiting for the reveal that this is a Nazi universe. Oh, it's a Nazi universe. I knew it. People already guessed that from the at least the second episode. But like at the same time, it's like, we know that in the mainline universe, Augie was a Klansman, so I would have to assume that if you're going to do a multiverse story where he's alive, maybe this is a Klans universe or something like that. So I think we have to be censoring some of our YouTube words, but we've kind of been doing this all day.
Some words.
I need to work on that as a podcaster. Yeah, so that's just kind of like that's just kind of the idea that you're kind of getting. But like at the same time, this also kind of feels like a penultimate episode. Like you have like the big reveal of a twist that this is what you've been experiencing this for a few episodes, and this is the twist that now we're leading into the finale. But we're not leading into the finale. We're leading into the second to last episode. Another thing I wanted to say, I thought the Harcourt and Peacemaker heart to heart was nice, like, and then there is a big twist with like the Nazis and all this stuff, even though it was probably obvious to a lot of people. but it is shock some people too, so I can't really take that away from them. That's why, episode 8 not having Keith go into the main dimension made no sense because he would have been doing the parallel of what Chris did to him. But again, we actually developed more Rick as the villain, even though, he's not.
No, develop is the
Develop is the quotation
word.
here. Yeah, but like the other thing too is like you kind of had it in a place where you could have Keith be the physical villain threat, and then you can have Rick be the quote unquote cerebral, heavy quotation kind of villain. But there's that. Episode 7. Let's go a little quicker since we're near 11 o'clock. Yeah, so episode 7, Perfect World, huh? You didn't notice all the mine coughs on the books, like on the desk? Well, to be fair, I work on my muscles. Why would I read books? Okay. What about the painting of Hitler on the wall?
The giant mural of Hitler? Oh, how did I miss that?
Oh, I missed that. Even Patrick wouldn't do this. So he breaks up with Ex Harcourt while the real one and him fight their way out of Ex Argus. The Cinnamon Rolls talk about the Sons of Liberty fighting the Nazis ever since they won World War II. The man world America beating the Nazis, but it's not a utopia like Ex Cinnamon Roll would think it would be. Ex Cinnamon Roll couldn't stand by where. So the ex Cinnamon Roll, he says that he couldn't stand by where minorities are doing all the work in camps to make their world function, as Cinnamon Roll compares it to how he doesn't like graffiti as it's not theirs to draw on. That's not the same thing. But, at least they acknowledge that. But it's a joke, so it's fine.
Exactly.
I just remembered I came here with someone who's technically black. That's what he says. Was it worth having the Cinnamon Roll say this in an autistic way? I'm sorry, but like Gunn kind of says that's kind of the idea of what you're getting out of Adrian. So, I mean, you could fully tell. It's like one of the first things I ever noticed about her. Like, dude, this is not a good line. Stop it. And then I have to say, like, even as an actor, you have to kind of think, like, maybe I shouldn't be saying this line. Like, at least, like, Keith is the Nazi, so there you go. But like, this is crazy, bro. Why would you say that? What do you mean by that? It's like the first thing you notice about her, I guess. Yeah, and this is kind of my other thing too. It's like lucky that the Cinnamon Rolls are both like good people, like at the very least. Like, there's no conflict between them because of the literal Nazi world, but at least they're part of the Sons of Liberty, so he's technically opposing something in their universe. We just don't really see that or experience any of that through the mainline characters. That was kind of my problem. They're still chasing ads, having to pretend that the hero of the Nazi, Keith, is not able to catch up with her. Ex-Augie tells Keith to drop everything what he's doing because there's something more important as Economos is tied up. Ads cuts into the lawn and into the pool where the Nazis just follow her inside rather than running around.
What a bizarre sequence of events this is.
Yeah, and then Judo Master, who was gone for more than he was gone. He was in the last episode, but he was in the episode before that. He's just here. Gets ads out. Zippity zap, bitches. And then electrocutes everybody in the pool because, again, they're stupid. But Nazis are stupid, so it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes, but like, come on. Peacemaker and Harcourt use the jetpack to fly, but they hit a car. Peacemaker is hoping the door is big enough to bring the peace cycle with him. That's just meant to be a joke. It's fine. Keith makes it home, but Economist tries to lie about what he said, but Augie knows that he was not lying. Augie tells Keith that his Chris died, and that it explains why Chris has been acting weird lately. Augie now tells Keith that he never told the boys about this, but he did see his doppelganger years ago in the QC, and there was something abnormal about him. And he used the same line about something cruel about him, like a dark version of our universe. So
why does he say that when, it's later revealed what he thinks about this universe? I don't know why he would call like another one dark.
that's like the weird thing about this is like he thinks that like so they're definitely referring to the racist thing, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But like this is also the Nazi world, but like he's also thinks that even in his world he thinks that that guy is worse than what's going on here. But then we got the twist coming up. So what's worse, a Klansman or a Nazi?
Mm-hmm.
That's the question, isn't it? But we actually learned the real lesson of what is worse, and it's funny because Gunn has been crucified lately because of some of his political takes. I'm not going to talk about them, but I'm sure people have seen what that's referring to. Keith knew there was something off about Amelia because he's known her for 10 years and he's never known her for wearing pants. Show don't tell.
Come on, it's supposed to be James Goon.
And then Amelia has never heard of Halloween. Another thing. Famous Beatles, Mick Jagger. Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Augie learns that there are more from the alt universe and they need to make sure they round them all up and task Keith to find them since he was always the brother that had his head on straight between the two, and so they suit up. Judo Master has crashed into a home for a bit and crashed into one home because it had the snacks. Ads asked why he saved her, and he said it didn't seem like a fair fight. All right. Judo Master did kill people in a swimming pool with a telephone wire before, but that was only 4 people that time. Remember when Ads tasered him 1,000 times? Sorry, no biggie. Okay. Keith and ex-Augie leave Economos alone and tied up and not factoring that Peacemaker brought Eagly to. Eagly is the patented gun stupid animal trope that doesn't consistently understand English for cute points.
Even after he was the prime eagle and all.
Yeah.
But yeah, now he's just back to the stupid animal.
Yeah. Judo Master reads all the books in the house and concludes that you do not want to be a minority gay or Buddhist in this dimension. I wonder how he got away when he first dropped in, but he is able to fight, so there is something. Cheetos and Cheerios are spelled with an H at the end in this universe, and so Cheetos, I'm guessing it's for Hitler. So, haha. At the end, and the Cheetos are not as good. I saw like some people theorize that because of like basically putting minorities in the concentration camps that the white people don't know seasonings, so that's why. I guess.
Maybe. I don't know.
Jesus Christ, they do love that guy in this universe, though. Yeah. So they will wait till nightfall to go back to the mansion to get out of the dimension. I'm still wondering about the morality of freeing the minority since they know they exist in this dimension, especially when they're paired up the 2 minority characters of the cast in this scene. But let's play Scrabble, actually spelled Scrabble in this universe. So yeah, that was kind of my other thing that was kind of annoying me because like I don't know, it's like you kind of learned that the minorities are locked up somewhere, and
just
that's
hobo. He's not about this dimension.
It's not my problem.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
That's crazy. Romantic music is playing as the director has his wife lean into Chris's back on the motorcycle as they're being chased by the cops. And Jennifer Holland said that the reason why she was doing this is because Chris cannot see her. But it's like he
I
could.
guess he also couldn't feel her.
No, it's like I guess whatever floats your boat. The cops surround Peacemaker and Harcourt, but luckily they are bombed and shot by the superheroes Blue Dragon and Keith. Yeah, because and
Is
then
this the
later we learned
Terminator
that
reference?
killing Cops is actually good in this universe. The next biggest cameo is Sidney Happerson, who is the
Yay!
the MIT
Love
genius
Sydney.
who was the MIT genius who wrote the book about the interdimensional connectivity, but he threw it all away to work for Luther. So did Luther achieve this, or did Sidney do it for him and he took the credit? I don't know. Never explained. But you know, it's clearly Gunn wants Lex to do it because he loves Lex so much. At least I can understand that. Not Rick Flag. They extracted Lex's computer from Superman so that Sidney could use it to find any dimensional portal on the planet with it. I guess that's another thing that it does, because I didn't think Superman, that movie, would have the computer do that, I guess.
Okay.
Sidney asks why should he do that unless he gets time off his sentence. Rick, having no aura at all, is telling him that Luther said to do it. So if he said that he didn't do it, then he'll let him down. Okay. So he's using somebody else's aura to gets unrelated to do what he wants. Okay.
It's not the fear of him, it's the fear of Lex.
Yeah. Sydney finds the portal in Evergreen, Washington. That is not their tech, and it is currently open. Yeah, and again, I find it so annoying that Argus is also in Washington, not Washington, D.C., but it is what it is. Lex's portal always had a wobble effect, so they can never keep the connection open for more than a few minutes. Whereas the one in Evergreen is consistent, so it is better than theirs. Rick is excited at stealing other people's credit with zero detective skills, as are showing as why he earned the role of director outside of the general ordering of people to do what he wants. Rick wants to keep a hold of Happerson moving forward. Ads is still talking about Kia not accepting her dreams. That is not an ideal partner if that is the case. They really do not care about the subplot if it's just here to say that she's a lesbian character, nothing else. Judo Master thinks she is not accepting of Kia's dreams, as he points out that she said that Kia wanted to open a pet store as the two of them, so Ad seems to be crushing her dreams like she says Kia is doing to hers. Ad's changed the subject about how Chris could think that this is the good dimension. Maybe he's more stupid, but wait for the finale. Judo Master isn't surprised given that Chris is a piece of shit. The patented gun protagonist where the main dude is a man-child for old music bands. Was that in this episode? I think that was the finale. I don't know. She's neutral about. Oh, right, because he said like, no, he's not a bad dude. He recommended me so many great music. It's like, yeah, that's what it was. She's neutral about Judo Master saving her life, but not liking him talk bad about her best friend. Judo Master asks why he moved into the Nazi world to be so awesome. Well, he's stupid. Oh, okay. Chalking it up to how Chris probably just didn't notice how. Let me see. Chris probably just didn't notice about how this is a Nazi world because of the lip service that our world is not so different as the Nazi one. Yeah, provide the long laundry list. How that's not accurate.
Yeah, the grammar that part.
But Az is lucky to know that Judo Master is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
It was an okay interaction. Judo Master and Az are ready to go out now that it's dark. Chris and Harcourt are back at the mansion with Economos. Eagly is stupid. The Prime Eagle did not know how to all day to get Economos out of it, and he never did. Chris offers to let them go so that ex Augie and Keith can deal with him, but Harcourt doesn't allow it. John is fine if there's no other option. Ex Augie is calmly asking, how did Chris end up in this universe in the first place? Chris says that he came here by chance and he never meant to hurt anyone. He just wanted to look around, was drunk, and freaked out about things that were the same and not the same in his universe. Chris explained that Keith died in his world when he was a kid and that he was his best friend before that, and he just wanted to see how he would have turned out if that didn't happen. Really primed and good, set up for finale villain. Not gonna lie. I hope they keep going.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, that's where this is going.
Chris was in ex Chris's bedroom when he snuck up behind. Weird thing that the episode said ex Chris was in Bloodhaven. So suddenly he just came back when Chris was there and not his father and brother heard the commotion when they were heading up to bed in the fight.
He just appeared in the room, I guess.
Yeah. Chris did not want to kill ex Chris, but it happened too fast. It's a parallel to Flag Jr., but we're not really going to delve into that. I didn't want to kill Flag Jr. He did. To be fair, that is true. But there's that they're trying to do a connection here. Keith is upset while ex Augie tries to calm him down, and Chris looks at Keith differently than the person he was connecting with. Fair, you killed his brother. Ex Augie can see that it was an accident in killing ex Peacemaker, but not getting why Chris kept coming back, which was just to know how it felt like having a family. Incoming the real family of the Nazis, but the found family is the true family for the finale. So,
I mean, I guess he didn't really care about him that much because I don't know. Like, if I heard my son was dead, I think I'd have a little bit more reaction. Just, oh, really? Huh?
yeah, because he does like comment on that in a second, but
because like, oh, he was a troublemaker or whatever.
He was a real dick. He took a lot of pills.
I guess he really. I guess this other good guy Augie just didn't really care that much about him.
Yeah. So the cops are here. It's Fitzgibbon, the guy from season 1, but it's the Nazi version of him. So he shows up looking for Peacemaker, as he commented that there were violence at Argus earlier in the day. Fitzgibbon said there was no point in denying a search since they'll get a warrant anyway. So it's like, so if you know that you need a warrant, why would you come saying, "Oh, let me go into your house because we're gonna get a warrant anyway"?
Because Nazi cops.
Because Nazis are dumb, I guess. Yeah, the cops leave just to show the actor again, really, and not much else. Yeah. Judo Master and Az are looking in the forest, looking how to find a way into the mansion. Suddenly, the vigilantes
they just know where to find them.
They just know where to find them. Vigilante isn't happy with working with Judo Master, but that doesn't matter. The three of them agree to kill the cops in order to get to the mansion, but all right, I guess we'll sneak in. Okay. Ex Augie asks again how many else came to the QC, but Harcourt is not going to say. Ex Augie says that they did save their lives. Harcourt says they killed innocent people. Ex Augie says that cops aren't innocent people in this universe. Keith asked if one of them was a black woman because he saw her and was chasing her. Ex Augie is not happy about that. Even if Keith thought she was out, she got out, quote unquote, because he taught them that they shouldn't be doing that. So,
guess that much. I guess he didn't teach him that much. If he was surprised that he shouldn't have been trying to round up a black
Why
woman.
would you do that? Keith asked. Oh, I said that. Peacemaker interjects that she is his best friend and won't let anything that happen to her. That doesn't really matter. Ex Augie is waiting for the rest of them to come back so they can go through the portal and never return. He will change the password to his QC, and it should be all bygones be bygones. Keith is still not happy since Peacemaker killed his brother, but ex-Augie wasn't shocked because they should know ex-Peacemaker was filled with issues like drugs, violence, and even though he loved ex-Chris, he still believes that Chris did not. He did not believe that this Chris meant to murder his son. Like, he's very understanding, and this is where I kind of get kind of weird because ex-Augie mentions that the revenge is not going to bring, again, more nice things. Revenge is not going to bring your brother back. And for some reason, after all these nice things that ex-Augie was saying, Harcourt now decides to say, this was awfully generous for a Nazi. It's just like, why would Harcourt say that? This sounds like a John line, not a Harcourt line.
That's true.
That was kind of my thing. And then Augie's not being happy being called a Nazi because he didn't create the problem in this world. I don't agree with them. Yes, that's how you
right.
That's how you reply. I simply don't agree. He gives credit to them if their world is perfect and that they fight every injustice in their world, but he doesn't have the strength for that in his world. He just fights the madmen, murderers, and monsters because that is all he can control. And at the end of his life, when he stands judgment before God, he hopes that he knows that he did his best and he could have left the world a better place. During this moment,
heroic music playing.
Heroic
I'm like,
music
I know
is
what's
playing
going to
this
happen.
entire time. Blue Dragon suddenly moves to the window just so the Vigilante can kill him. And then Vigilante kills him. And again, nothing escalates this entire moment like this is gonna happen. It just happens for the sake of shock value, and now Keith is like bloodlusted into doing this. Keith is a Nazi, but he's 100% justified to go through the portal to find the crew and kill them in the main universe for the finale. That is totally going to happen.
Why wouldn't that happen?
Yeah. Keith fires rockets at the vigilantes, and now the cops are looking to enter the mansion. Keith asked what is wrong with all of them, but Chris didn't think that ex-Augie was a Nazi at all. Vigilante justifies that Economos was tied up, to be fair. Okay. They head back to the trophy room, almost forgetting John. Who keeps saying fuck. I probably got TOS now. Both Vigilante look to shoot the cops entering the mansion, and the rest go through the portal. Keith is still on his knees crying for the death of his father. I really cannot fathom why he was not the final villain of the season. Like, the episode does such a great job at like making you think that this is the final villain. Like, I really cannot understand. We're almost there. Keith storms at Chris, blaming him for ruining their family. All of the Guns patented and found family beats the crap out of Keith. Eagly bites his head. You got slashes in the neck. You got like all that kind of stuff. And it gets to a point where, Chris yells at them to stop as he's thinking back to when he accidentally killed Keith. And then you got the patented
John Cena acting his heart out for this material.
Yeah. And it's like, the thing is like, another classic gun trope is contriving the fuck out of something just to get a big moment to happen, even if it doesn't make any sense or how we got there. But it is a good moment, I will say. But like, it's still got that classic gun contrivance. He yells at Guns, Patterson found family on what the fuck is wrong with all of them as he profusely apologizes to Keith. There is zero reason why this is not in the finale to talk about.
It wasn't about this.
It wasn't about his brother. Even though he says, I want to be there to see my brother. Okay. he thinks back to killing Keith, Augie, Rick Flag Jr., ex Chris, and there was nothing, and how there's nothing wrong with either. There's nothing wrong with either worlds. It's everything Chris touches. I mean, you are in Nazi world, so I get the idea of what you're trying to say, but like, come on, dude. You're in Nazi world. You can't just say that. There's nothing wrong with this world. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So Gunn's patented found family runs through the portal, except for Harcourt, as she asks ex-vigilante to hand her the gun to kill Keith. She's about to pull a Joel.
Real long and drawn out.
Yeah, she's about to pull a Joel Miller by pulling out the gun. Sorry, I can't have you coming after him. But right when she's about to shoot, you got the classic contrivance of the cops come in and ex-vigilante knocks her into the portal as Keith lives. Now, honestly, my thing is like, I'm pretty sure Vigilante in that flip could still shoot Keith himself and shoot the cops. I don't think one led to the other, but okay, I guess. But Keith didn't die. Keith is going to the hospital.
Uh-huh. And you could see he still has like a look of vengefulness on his face. So, obviously this is leading to him coming back in the finale.
It's funny that this guy's from The Office.
Oh really?
He was in a relationship with Pam, who was like, he used to be the wife of James Gunn. Jenna Fisher.
Look at that.
And Guri Rice's mom.
Mm-hmm.
That they wasted.
Shame.
Yeah. So Keith lives. Hopefully he does what she didn't want. So it's like, hopefully he does that thing that she doesn't want him to do. Like, go back into the portal, look for Chris, and try to kill him, like a proper finale would do. But I don't know. I guess he is pretty bloody, so I guess he's just out for the count for now. Okay. Flag Sr., the unfortunate real villain of the season, makes it to Vigilante's house to arrest Gunn's patent found family, but Chris convinces them to just arrest him for possessing the dangerous scientific device. I hate to see if Rick arrests Barry Allen for the cosmic treadmill. If this is what we're doing. Yo, you possess a dangerous science device? Go to jail. All right, Flash. This unknowingly exposes Adrian Chase's identity to Argus, but they don't seem to really care for some reason. You got your needle drop music, and that's the end of episode 7. So, and then my thoughts on this one. This it felt like a season finale kind of cliffhanger kind of a thing. Like the episode just felt like a season finale. That's why people did not really know what you can do with one more episode. It was contained enough to say that everything happened for arcs and things had ended, which leads to a possible sequel thread of like Keith being alive and Chris trying to get out of prison for season 3. But Rick Flag was the villain and he had more screen time. It's funny how he had more screen time, and I thought Keith was a better person to follow as a villain, interact with, and explore more time in much less time. Like, it's funny how that works. Rick is a product of a movie that had nothing to do with him, just to add him to serve as a pseudo replacement to Waller, which had no reason in being. Yes, his son died, but that isn't felt in his actions or his acting. You can see Keith seemed to be like a good dude until the Nazi cartoon reveal. But even in episode 7, because he was listening to his dad, he was still in control of his emotions on order until both his brother and dad died. I know Junior died, but Senior relies heavily on us about his dynamic with his son, whereas Keith was showing limited screen time. Was showing this with his limited screen time. I mean, Gunn did say that the finale episode was sent to Zaslav to pitch the DCU what the direction it's going to go to moving forward. But now it just kind of sounds like it actually ended with episode 7, and now he just needed to make episode 8 to be the sequel bait, which Gunn said that was not going to happen. Yeah. So episode 8 is 57 minutes, but a lot of it is like not anything.
Important.
1 month ago, there's a lot of time hopping. Harcourt was not a fan of Waller being outed by ads on TV. I don't know if you would have this conversation 1 month later, but what do I know? Harcourt and Chris are on a date. You know, maybe it's like Wednesday and Tyler, where like a date is owing somebody for missing out on something, and not Harcourt owes Chris for saving her life and all that stuff because she was unconscious for 5 days. But
I don't know.
she is very giggly, so it's not a one-off thing. Not really. I mean, she's drunk, but like, you know, Chris singing "Someone Special" finds Harcourt special when she doesn't. She's not happy about losing her job and doesn't care to be special. She was going to beat up a heckler, but Chris got her to chill out. She's definitely drunk, but we never seen Harcourt like this. Harcourt says Chris should be nicer to Adrian. He never did anything. He never was nicer to Adrian throughout the entire season, so I don't really understand. It's another thing. Yeah. Harcourt hates to be proven wrong, but she is enjoying the date like Chris thought. Now you got the boat party featuring full Nelson. Back in the present, Gunn's patented found family wants to visit Chris in prison, but Chris doesn't want to see them because he sees himself as the angel of death. Argus is sending a bunch of agents to QUC in protective hazmat suits. So now this is where I'm like, this is what fries my fucking brain. This entire thing with Argus felt like an entire different story, a different like plot line, a different show, a different season, like season 3, and it's all being condensed heavily into a 20-minute section.
A montage, yeah.
Like
instead,
it sounded like
3 episodes about them trying to get into his house.
Yeah, they spent like 3 to 4 episodes just trying to find the house, find the QUC, and all that stuff. And that just came in credit of like, oh, why don't I just ask like the guy who is like an expert at this, like Lex Luthor? But he's a criminal, and I could be one too. I mean, I'll be a very good citizen with this. Yeah. Yeah. So Argus is going to go into hazmat suits, and Flag wants to find something very specific in the QUC with 99 doors, but he's not going to say what it is. And it's like, did you really think that? Like, I understand that you wanted the QUC from Chris and all that stuff. Okay. But then it's like, I guess you're also assuming that because Chris has disappeared from the planet multiple times, that like, okay, he's probably hanging out in another dimension then. If he's able to be outside of our dimension and just like be gone for a long time and then come back. Like, okay. But like, where does that determine that like, oh, maybe there's another dimension that I could send a bunch of super criminals to go and hang out in, but as a prison? I don't know. It's like we're kind of leaping in logic here for this character that Gunn seems to love so much that he'll make him the third pillar of the DCU. Yeah. Yeah, so Sydney is still unsure how the QUC is very stable, and Rick is confident that his daddy Gunn will make sure that everything will work exactly what he's looking for. Economos is unable to get any audio or visual tracking whenever people go into the QUC. He thinks Rick is a dickhead, and Sasha says that he's not his boyfriend, which gets him a little excited. I guess.
Like, yeah. He likes her now or something? I don't know.
I mean, she's odd, so.
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand what the point of this was. If she was Bruce Wayne's bodyguard in the comics, so the femme fatale trope, this is like a really bad way to do it with a weak man like Rick Flag Sr., but What do I know? But yeah, this is like the way we need to kill Rick Flag. Why? Well, he was banging Alana and Sasha. Okay, I guess he sucked for other reasons too. That's part of it, I guess. Aerial shots of the QUC looks way bigger than it did in season 1, and more that it also looks like way more than 99 Doors, but I don't know. Judo Master wearing his costume under the hazmat suit is genuinely great. I like when superheroes actually do that in cartoons and comics.
Again, thank you, Judo Master. You're fucking picking up the slack.
Picking up the slack here. Flurry having a long sexist joke about a rando barfing on a stripper.
Yeah, no time wasted for this finale.
No time wasted. The next big cameo, Otis. He gives Rick all the notes that they found yesterday. Everything is good since Daddy Gunn will make sure Rick is rewarded everything he wants. Mm-hmm. Always forcing him to say fuck yes to everything. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. He just can't say yes. He just can't do it. He has to say fuck yes.
Has to be fuck yes.
It turns out door number 22 is the first one they were able to unlock. It takes them to Candyland with very tiny imps jumping on Argus agents and knowing how to cut they know how to cut the rope and close the interdimensional door and fuck Flurry's mask because sex is funny. The imps eat Rando's face and they kill all the imps violently. I wonder what Superman would think about this. Because, in that film, they had a dimensional imp. And these are imps, too. And they don't look alike. When is Mixie showing up? Actually, don't bring him in. I don't want to see Guns Mixie.
Oh, God.
So, Rando lady that Flurry refers to as titties goes to Sasha about how Rando dude got his face eaten out and not understanding what they got themselves into. Sasha looks at Rick with a face of concern, and Rick doesn't really give a shit.
She's not care. Yeah, from this point on, Rick is just a completely different person.
Yeah. Economist is confused because he thought the whole point of Rick getting the QUC was to prevent the Metropolis Rift event, but he's scared that it seems like they're going to end up doing it again blindly, going into universes with technologies and physics that they can't understand. And he doesn't like that Flag is running past all of this with his new BFF Lex Luthor. Another character the Gun loves, but who is Superman again? Yeah, I trust Gunn with Superman when he says my favorite character is Lex. We'll
Questioning the vision.
Questioning the vision. Half of the new Argus staff is working for Luthor, like half.
Yeah, it's
not suspicious.
Crew from
not suspicious at all.
What was her name again? The red-haired lady. She's back too.
Yeah, the whole crew is back.
Yeah.
We got to repay those extra. Superman can come back though. David said he wanted to come back. To be fair, I'm glad you weren't in this, David. No offense. Harcourt says that they were told 1,000,000 times that they were. It's a very natural dialogue, of course. Harcourt says that we were told 1,000,000 times to look for a universe that was safe and breathable with food and water supply that is uninhabited. So my first question is that how would it have a supply of food in particular without inhabitants? So like, yeah, like
magic alternate universe. I don't know.
And like Rick is like, I want to find a universe that is like breathable, has food and water, but no people or animals. How do you know that there's going to be one universe that does this? Well, because Daddy Gunn is going to give it to him. So there you go. So the logic doesn't make sense, but it has to be worth it. It doesn't make sense to Harcourt and John, but it must, be worth it if the U.S. government is spending tens of millions of dollars on this mission. So clearly, Flag is rubbing elbows with somebody. that somebody is James Gunn. It doesn't make sense how Flag is able to okay that budget that big. Well, actually, no. It doesn't make sense how. So, like Harcourt was saying, that it doesn't make sense how Flag was able to okay a budget that big. Your husband is the writer. That's why.
Exactly.
That's why it's okay for him to have a budget that big. He will do anything to make Rick seem like he's the cool guy. Economos said that it can only come from the approval of the Secretary of Defense. So that's the reason that maybe it's a way to help overpopulation. But Economos points out, when have they ever done anything good for the people? And Harcourt can't respond. Because, yeah, I mean, that could have been nice. So, like, yeah, maybe we can find a place where people can go if there's overpopulation, or to live in another society or something like that. Yeah, this is Argus we're talking about. Yeah. Gunn's patented cute animal Eagly has been hiding and depressed since Chris went into prison. Economos is afraid that Chris, almost seeing his brother die, has fucked him up so badly that he'll never speak to them again. This is the only mention of the Nazi universe. The only mention. Insane. Like it wasn't important at all. Adrian is still being mean to his mom and mad at that she called her ads as Lee and her first name instead of her last name, Ads or Adebayo. Az doesn't like Adrian being mean to his mom, but he doesn't care and just plays Princess Peach Showtime. Princess Peach Showtime. Ad says that they need to help Chris because he's broken, but Adrian doesn't believe Peacemaker can break because it's just a part of a larger plan or something. Ads wants to bail Chris out of prison since he has a court date in 3 months and he needs a lawyer, which is hilarious to me because, Adrian Chase in the comics is a lawyer. So look what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And Ads wants to bail. Right. I said that. Adrian says that he has a lawyer named Jeff, who's actually a public defender that has private demons that he should be dealing with. So instead, Ad says, let's use the blood money to hire a capable lawyer. Again, Adrian is a lawyer in the comics, a capable one too. So Ad's logic that the money is used as blood money, but now that it's just money, it's just sitting here in the room. So Cinnamon Roll says that blood money will put a curse on them all and their descendants. Az doesn't agree. Agent suggests that they do a prison break or threaten the judge's family. Ads is using Adrian by saying she's disappointed how she seems to be proving he's a better friend than Adrian. And that is it. Okay. And then, lip service line of let's take something bad and make something good out of it. He'll agree now, but let's talk about Man Ray facts.
Oh.
Adrian, can you at least be nice to your mom? Fuck that bitch. I guess.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Chris is bailed out of jail. Chris is taking Eagly and planning to go out of town. Chris already cleared out his stuff at his house and is gone. Remember when this is a Peacemaker show? And Chris would mostly wear the Peacemaker suit. In his head, but John and Harcourt lost their clearance with anything Peacemaker related being rescinded. So that's so that means Argus had access to the bomb in Chris's head the whole time and never used it.
Whoops.
Yeah. Rock and roll music as Argus agents are going into the QC from door to door, one leading them into the black hole from Superman that somehow the Argus agents are strong enough to pull them out.
Yeah, they can pull themselves out of a black hole. Nope.
Gravitational pull stronger than Superman's freeze breath. Then we're getting this montage. Lex is writing like a little schoolgirl to Rick about how
Yeah,
he's
it's like, oh,
happy about what he's found and keep up the good work.
yeah. What is the what the hell is that?
Yeah, it's Gunn's two favorite characters.
Hmm.
Who's Superman? Yeah, so Rick is high-fiving Lex. Rick high fives like Otis, basically. And so
Ugh,
this really has no justification why he's working with Lex, or feels like he feels like
it's just
Blood thinks he's on the team.
ugh.
It's literally the Drake meme. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. And he's spending government money on this. So how could the government not paper trail what he's doing with Lex as director of Argus? What was Waller fired for? Because she wouldn't do this shit. Okay.
No idea. I don't know.
Yeah, so Chris is at the motel. Rick and Sydney are so this part you didn't know. Rick and Sydney are snorting cocaine together.
What the
What
fuck?
the fuck?
Yeah.
Who
Who
the
is this
fuck
guy?
who is this guy? Rick turns to Otis. It's so funny because like Rick and Sydney snort cocaine. They high five, and then Rick turns to Otis, and then he does like the oh, let me do serious work. It's like, are you the submissive one? Is Otis the boss? Like, what the fuck is going on? You're the director of Argus. Why are you subservient to the prisoner? Not Lex, his right hand man.
It's Alexis Minion.
Like
Well, see, he's being manipulated or whatever.
Lex's dick is so far down his throat. Yeah. Oh, that's like his consistent. Like, you thought him being controlled by girls is bad. Wait till he's controlled by Lex.
He's controlled by everybody.
It's controlled by everybody. Yeah, so the montage music is still going on as the Argus team go in from door to door with screaming spider skulls and zombie biting one of them for the others to kill. Probably a deceased reference for people to clap. I know I did. Yeah. It seems like the Argus dimensions hopping. It seems like so the Argus dimension hopping being used as a montage is so insane to me. That feels like an entire season, like exploring things in different dimensions or something like that. I know we don't have time, but you're the one who chose to not have time,
Yeah.
Mr. Writer Director of all episodes.
57-minute episode. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, and he shows the other ones to be 30 minutes.
And then this is I found this funny. So Sasha is in bed with Flag Senior, and then the song lyrics is like, "Girl, you never
stop fucking, never stop fucking.
never stop fucking in the ass." I guess this is like the most worthless subplot, and that's saying something in the show. Yeah, Sasha and the Economos are giving concerned faces when Argus corpses are coming back, and it cuts to Rick Flag Sr., director of Argus, laughing and parting with Lex's goons as more Argus corpses keep coming in. I genuinely don't know what to say.
What is this? What,
Bro, but he's sad because his son died.
Yeah, that follows.
Why don't you die? Like, Mr. Flag Sr.? Like, come on.
Yeah, just finish off the fucking bloodline, Chris.
Yeah. Yeah, so cuts to the director and all this stuff. So Rick is so happy that all of his agents were dying that Hardcourt finds the planet that he was looking for. And then, she says, "Sorry, General. Sorry, Rick. I meant to say Rick because that's what you want me to say." And Rick doesn't acknowledge that.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why people thought maybe he's Clayface.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like we're just gonna do that now. Like at least Marvel has Skrulls, and Skrulls could be like anybody. Clayface is one individual. Well, depending on which one.
Or is he?
Yeah. Let's just say that he's not the only shapeshifter. We keep giving Like Skrulls, like the Skrull theory in Marvel, it's not a crazy one because Skrulls could be anybody. But
Our
okay,
whole race. But I mean, I do see why people thought like at least that this isn't Rick because again,
he's
what the
just
fuck?
he's more idiot than usual.
That's saying something.
Yeah, he's just happy to see that he's got what he's wanted because Daddy Gunn loves him so much and that he'll get everything that he wants. Now he'll take over the operation from here. Rick is already at the DoD talking about Planet Salvation,
Oh my goodness.
famous from
Salvation.
the comic,
Salvation run.
set before Final Crisis.
Mm-hmm.
The Is that the Justice League movie that we're gonna do? Like, I don't know. Planet Salvation, how Sasha's team found the location, and how Otis's team discovered a way how to contract the journey so that they can move directly from their doorway to the doorway in the new planet without ever going through the QUC. Because they just know how to do that with alien tech they've never seen before. So basically, the idea is like they can have the door and like it'll avoid all that QC walking through BS. Like they can just like go straight through the universe that they want to go to. So they just know how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So who knew this small device from season 1 would have the biggest ramifications to the DCU? Also, he shows slides showing the lands and waters of Salvation, meaning Harcourt had to have been there for a little bit. So that entire time they didn't notice the dinosaurs
They just happen to not be around, I guess.
or roar
Yeah.
or boom, 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 walking steps.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No, nothing.
No cheese, no bread, no nothing.
Give me a dementia with nothing.
Yeah. How did they know that the planet was completely uninhabitable or know that food is possible to get here? Putting in a 20-second montage is not evidence of anything. Have you ever seen King Kong? I know he ain't got shit, but like, there's like a lush looking world, but it's not what it seems. Like that's kind of the thing there. Yeah, so the Secretary of Defense is wondering how if Salvation is where they is wondering, are you going to build a prison there? It's like, no, Salvation is the prison. I am the danger. They'll be able to move in and out without the prisoners knowing, and they'll never be able to come back. Just casually saying fascist things like this is a sane plan. The Secretary of Defense is checking is that only for metahumans, but Rick said most likely as he hasn't outlined all the parameters.
and and I was like, okay, well, I know who's the first one that's definitely getting sent on there.
Yeah. So just to reference Suicide Squad 2016, I know that's not canon, but it's also dumb. But the simple way of how Waller presented herself to the Secretary of Defense in that movie by showing why Task Force X is important is by summoning Enchantress, somebody who's a magical god. But she was able to show how she's able to get a secret book from Iran that the U.S. wanted, but could never get their hands on. How she can poke the heart to force intentions back into June to show as a demonstration that she has the control over everything, basically. It's a simple way to show that Waller has a point and how she has control over this, like things that, of like beings that seems to be too impossible to control. And Rick has none of the sauce.
Yeah, like really.
Like it really is just a watered down like Waller and mix of New 52 Maxwell Lord, honestly, like with what they're doing with Rick Flag, because like Rick Flag Senior has not been a character like at all, and like he's never been a villain. If whenever he was there, when he was in New Frontiers, it's like you want Gunn to do New Frontiers. He has Hal Jordan as a 6-year-old guy, so who was the main character of that book. So, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. we're in a messy situation right now. Situationship. Okay, we're nearly there. Rick is still trying to figure out the legal standpoint. I don't know how removing prisoners off the planet would ever be legal, but it's America.
Ha ha ha. Not too different from Nuts World.
Yeah. The Secretary of Defense is not understanding how a planet with lush life and water is considered as punishment, but Rick snaps, saying he doesn't care about the punishment. He doesn't fucking care about the punishment. Don't forget about that.
Exactly.
Just to remove the dangerous criminals from Earth forever and keeping American people safe. What about the metahumans not from America?
Yeah, what about for else?
Jackass. By the way, Sydney and Otis are in the conference room, by the way. Lex's goons, and they never comment on that. Why are they allowed to be in here?
Because I don't know. Because he just is Lex now. Like they mentioned it's like a month, however long was ago. You were opposing Lex, and now you're doing his plan.
Yeah. So
Sucks.
Arkham and Belle Reve, he says that Arkham and Belle Reve are not capable of holding individuals with extraordinary abilities. Mr. Gunn, do you understand that there are more super facility prisons in DC Comics? Iron Heights, Iron Heights, Strikers Island, Slabside Penitentiary, the Phantom Zone, if you want to be technical. Like, why are we acting like Arkham and Belle Reve are the only ones? Is it? I know that I know that the casual fans know that, but come on, there are more facilities of super prisons in the DC universe. Superman keeps people somewhere. The Flash keeps people somewhere. Coast City has a place. I don't understand this obsession about focusing on only these two prisons. Especially when you're trying to tell me that this is a universe with 300 years of metahumans. Okay. And then, are you serious right now? Honestly, why are the nameless supervillains not even supervillains? Nameless, not shown on screen, never shown to us except for maybe clips in Creature Commandos, a scene in the perspective of the villains in the show. So why do they get more focus than the actual mainline metahuman heroes? Why are we caring about all of this when you don't even have the Flash active? Superheroes are generally the ones that generally the superheroes are the ones that put the prisoners in these jails in the first place. But the way that Rick is talking is as if there's no such thing as a superhero, no such thing as who sends the prisoners, the supervillain prisoners into the prisons. Like it's the boys, but it's not. And that's stupid. Almost there. The episode is unnecessarily long for no reason. The Secretary of Defense says that Rick went from lambasting Lex to being his cum sock. In just 1 month of time. But the thing is, I don't like him, but Lex is the smartest man in the world. I mean, Mr. Terrific is smarter, but okay. And you say you don't like him, but you can do cocaine and drink with Lex's men while your men are sacrificing their lives finding this planet. So why don't we use his brain to make our world a better place? This really has no setup. Well, he knows Chris is not a metahuman, so that's not what this is. He was never shown racism to metahumans until speaking to Lex. Just because Lex has his opinions doesn't mean that Rick actually naturally follows that line of thought, especially after this season was going to be the revenge plot. So, yeah. So, but somehow the DOD just approved this fascist behavior, just like the real America. Sasha gives more looks of concern, but she's not going to dinner with Rick. I don't care about this character. But she does go back. She does go to Harcourt, so maybe something interesting will happen. Um,
If you know what I mean.
yeah. Harcourt comes back bloody, but she gets a call from Sasha. They meet at the same burger place from a month ago that she was with Chris. Uh huh. Sasha asks if Harcourt found Smith yet, but changes the subject how they didn't start off on the right foot, but she respects Harcourt's work, but explains that Salvation is meant to be a prison. Harcourt acknowledges that John did say that the planet was not going to be used for resources, and Sasha's upset that her friends died for a prison. Harcourt knows that Sasha is a metahuman and that she could be in court-martialed for telling her this information, but they can't do anything. Sasha says that she shouldn't be spending her life serving a broken system anymore, but Harcourt says that she has been dealing with this for 2 years and it's not going to change. Harcourt suggests that maybe she can meet Ads, and then they become best buddies with Sasha. So I guess in this
Well, the
one
kind of
sense
things
is
that
like I think this is like something like I didn't really like Sasha's character, as I've said a lot of like many times, but like I will say that like this is at least like kind of like a line of thinking of like, okay, I mean, like Rick just fucking sacrificed her friends just to find a planet prison, and that's it. So it's like he clearly doesn't give a fuck about you or your friends or anything. As long as you got the planet prison, that's all that matters. So I mean, I guess like there's some line of thinking as to like how this happened. Then there's like two other people on the team that don't make any fucking sense. Well, actually, one of them does. Judo Master. He's not. He's fair. I mean, like Ads did have like a full conversation with him and like Bond and all that stuff. Fleury makes no sense, bro.
he's just there.
He's just on the team. But he bonded with Economos. No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Uh yeah. Then this is the funny part. So they just start playing "We're Not Gonna Take It Anymore" music, but then it stops playing because Harcourt picks up the ticket of the Nelson, and then it just stops playing the "We Can't Take It Anymore," and then it just goes straight to another song
This fucking song.
from Nelson, which is an entire song, which apparently was made for a music video. So that was the point of the finale. Music videos.
Not the first just full concert scene in this finale.
Somehow.
No time wasted.
Yeah. So it cuts back to Nelson, the flashback of Nelson, the song on the boat where Nelson sings the entire song of "Back to You." Hardcore dances with Chris and they kiss. It's technically the man. This is technically the man-child gun trope where they make it such a big deal about a kiss all season, like it's Diary of the Wimpy Kid or something. Yeah, so it's supposed to show how Harcourt's conflict of kissing the guy who killed her sugar daddy, but none of that is really felt because of the obvious retcon. Luckily, Sasha has the Peacemaker clearance to locate to his tracker. Ads and Kia breaks up. The moment was like mature and everything like that. I can respect it for what it was doing and all that. But but so much time of Ads was like focusing on Peacemaker, thinking about Peacemaker, talking about Peacemaker that like I don't know. But like I liked the idea of the conversation of like, you have your own life, I have my own life, and we clearly cannot sacrifice our dreams together. That I feel like we have to break it up because that we're just not the right fit then, if that's the case. Yeah, it's nice, but like I can't really say that I really felt like it was earned or anything like that. That's my only issue. Sasha looks to track Peacemaker, but John needs to distract Sydney with a bad joke. This really doesn't do anything because no one attempted to even look at Sasha's screen for what she was doing. So I don't know. It's just a bad joke.
You could have got funny, like 3-minute joke. No time wasted.
Yeah. So if they had clearance to track Peacemaker with the bomb in his head, then why didn't they use this throughout the season? That's just the
What?
question. And then the big scene that people talk about for this episode, the whole point of the show and all that stuff, that jazz. The Gunn's patent found family. They track Chris at the hotel where he tries to leave, but Cinnamon Roll tackles him and uses a taser. Chris is not happy to see them despite they've been trying to look for him for days, and how he was the one that said no one would break them apart, and he said that he was wrong when he said that. Chris feels like he's cursed. He's cursed. He was friends with his brothers and killed him when he was 8. He befriended Rick Jr. and killed him, killing his own dad. And then the first thing he does in the alt world was kill an alt him, and then ends up being responsible for killing them as well. Ads says that he only killed Keith because his father told him to fight. Waller told him to kill Rick. No, she didn't. Chris said that didn't happen either, by the way. But, I guess it was retcon.
Yeah, but it's not canon.
Ad says that Chris knew it was right. Ad says that Chris knew it wasn't right to go to the alt world, and he can't think in his heart that it was right. It was the right thing to do. It's still a Nazi world. We can't ignore this fact. Ads also. So this whole scene is really just Ads and Chris talking, because this is not a Peacemaker show.
Mm-hmm.
Ads says that she believes in miracles because she saw him. She saw an eagle hug a human, feels love from a big stupid guy. That's great. Adrian doesn't like doing cool things without him. John is a big coward, but he's risked his life for Chris. And Harcourt says that she and him are tied, and how all of them have been tied to someone else like Waller or Flag or Argus, so fuck them all. So now Gunn's patent found family convinced him out of his depression that doesn't matter, and he'll be the poster boy for their new organization and not listen to anyone. Yeah, so remember, kids, your depression doesn't matter. Your families are Nazis. Just keep your friends and found family together. That's the James Gunn way. I know this is like a really serious thing, and I'm gonna say, like, again, we gotta contrive the fuck out of everything just for the sake, because that's the Gunn way. That's the way he works. But yeah, that's just my thing. It's a nice moment, but we're just ignoring that this was a Nazi world, and that Chris did go into the Nazi world intending to be in a relationship with the other Harcourt, which comes off as like, oh, because this Harcourt's not listening to me, I'm going to take advantage of the other one who doesn't know who I am. Like, come on, dude. Come on. Like, but he's big and stupid. Okay. Ignorance is Chris.
Yes.
But like, here's the funny thing though. All this talk and like none of that even really phased anything for Chris, because he heard everything. I know he heard everything, but like the thing is, like, even after all this, his only thing he has in mind is like when Amelia comes out of the motel, his only question is, did the boat matter? Again, it's just peak gaslighting. It's like you gotta keep asking that same question about like the this and this, and then it's like, okay, yes, it mattered. Okay, fine, deal with it. God. And and then no, yes. 7 no's, 1 yes. Because 7 episodes. So then Chris goes back into the motel and he celebrates like he won the lottery. And cuts to 1 week later. Then there's another music video with Foxy Shazam.
Holy shit, man.
Keep on keeping on.
Keep it on.
Yeah, so it's the same song as the title card. Now Adrian is okay with using their blood money to fund for Checkmate. Sasha, Flurry, and Judo Master join the team now. Sasha, I guess, is like there was some leeway, and plus Sasha is on Checkmate in the comics, and I know Gunn really wanted this moment in general, so fine. I think Judo Master at least kind of deserves something, but Flurry, I don't really fucking know.
Push that action nowhere.
Cinnamon Roll is checking the spider facts with Flurry. Eagly gives John a side hug. Harcourt and Peacemaker are officially dating. Not earned, in my opinion. They do have good chemistry, and again, I do want to point that out. They do have good chemistry. It's just I don't think the characters make sense to have a relationship. That's it. And I fucking hate it that we had to ruin Rick Flag Jr.'s character just to push this relationship up. Like, it's so stupid. Anyways, 6 minutes left. We gotta not credit scene because it just fucking keeps going. Chris is back in the motel, even not back home for some reason. He's going back to the motel, and he gets snuck up from behind with a bag over his head. This guy was a mercenary, but with this whole season of him not wearing the Peacemaker suit, I think it's understandable for you guys to not remember that he was a mercenary. So Cena, John Cena, the former wrestler, needs to pretend that two smaller people are strong enough to drag him into salvation. And then he doesn't punch the Argus cops when they're uncuffing him or starting to run back to the correct dimension when he's asking Flag, what is this? And then here we go. Flag says that before metahumans are sent to salvation, he thought it was some due diligence required to see what effects the dimension would have on human bodies. Still not running back to the dimension from Chris for some reason. Flag forges Chris's signature to volunteer exploring salvation. This is for Ricky, you piece of shit.
And yeah, so after all the shit with the season of trying to like bring him into like quote unquote legally, like finding like a reason to get him locked up. Now he's just, oh no, I'll just forge the signature that he'll get sent to salvation. Oh, okay.
So yeah, so now he starts to close the portal, and now Chris starts running. But I missed the Wario.
Does it work like the Doctor? I missed. Yeah. Does it work with like the Doctor Strange portal? Like if you got his hand in there, would it gotten sliced off?
I don't know. It didn't work that way though. So the needle drop music as Chris hears the dinosaur roar. And there's no way Harcourt did not write this or mention this in the reports or anything.
Or maybe Rick just took that part out.
Yeah. Even then, I still feel like Harcourt would say
yeah, no, this probably just wasn't there just for some reason.
Yeah, so that was Peacemaker season 2.
Also, maybe the end of the show?
The end of the show, because Gunn is saying like, yeah, I don't plan on doing a season 3. Maybe putting the character somewhere else.
Yeah, remember when he said each project should stand on its own? That was funny.
But dude, it's like people are mad. It's like, how does this set up Man of Tomorrow? Well, of course, Man of Tomorrow is going to be about like dealing with Rick Flag Sr. and what it's like. No, we're not dealing with Rick Flag Sr. Fuck off. Superman has Superman villains, bro.
I hope they're not.
Dude, I will seriously take Kite Man over Rick Flag Sr. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. I will take Kite Man. I will take Condiment King. I will take Ziggs.
10-eyed Man.
Ragdoll Man. Not Ragdoll. That's not. The quilt.
Crazy Quilt? Yeah.
Crazy Quilt, yeah. I'll take him. Like, come on, dude. Bro, again, I don't know what this obsession is. Like, I don't know if it's a product of feeling bad about killing Rick Jr. or something like that and just needing to do something with Rick Sr. or something. I don't know what it is. But like the facet, like if you were to go back in like time and say, hey, this character is going to be a major important character in this in the franchise moving forward for the DC universe in live action, it's like, oh, me?
Mhm.
Because like again, Rick only had like three appearances in like pre-crisis and like 8 appearances in post-crisis, and those are all like flashbacks because the main character has always been Rick Flag Jr. It's never been Senior.
Well,
So
they do a little reverse.
yeah, so he's gonna get more screen time than the actual comics, and that's what we've always wanted, right?
No.
Unironic, but like salvation is a big talking point, obviously, because of the literal salvation is there, and he's got that. Fun fact: it was a story pitched by George R. R. Martin, like that George R. R. Martin,
Huh.
given like the supervillains and how they would uh, be sent to this planet. It wasn't like a dimensional thing; it was just sent to another planet kind of thing, and they would have like a faction between the two villains of Joker versus Lex Luthor and how they should take over the planet or rule the planet or whatever. And Gunn is like, yeah, so we're gonna do that, but we're not gonna do the Joker and Lex Luthor conflict thing. Like the point of
Give me
the point of
salvation
it.
with nothing.
I want to do the Dark Knight Returns, but let's not make Batman old as fuck.
Oh, so the sequels, starting with the third one, when they made him young again.
I want to do All Star Superman, but miss the point. Wait, Gunn is actually pretty good. Gunn is actually
Well,
pretty good at this. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. So I don't know. Like one of my biggest things about like I guess we can just kind of like summarize the full thoughts of the season. Um, it's very evident that this just was not meant to fit in a universe like the DCU and what it's going for, but it's like trying so hard to do that. I think it's kind of telling with like how much of like the fact that he had to dedicate 2 seasons of podcast episodes to describe this is canon, this is not canon, this is canon, this is not canon throughout. So that means like clearly there's like something conflicting with what you want to do because of like the previous DCEU canon and the new one that you had to spend all this time to do it. No, I appreciate the podcast for what it is, like and I appreciate the idea of like wanting to like let people think about or like to consider having a conversation with Gunn. I think that, and plus taking advantage that nowadays, look at us, we're following podcast formats like all the time. It makes sense. I get where it's coming from, but like at the same time, it just becomes we're getting more and more into that territory of like we just don't need to watch the shows, just like listen to what the writer is saying on a podcast, and that will be canon. Or you can watch a TV show, it makes no sense to you of what you saw based on the material that was in there from the writing, the directing, the acting, and all this stuff, the lighting, and everything of that sort. It might not make sense to you there, but if you watch the podcast, maybe it'll make sense to you once you rewatch it or something. But it's like, I don't know, we're getting really close to like just like not relying so much on the art itself and just relying so much more on the DLC content, I guess.
What a shame.
Yeah. Yeah. But like in terms of this is like like, obviously the big thing is like the character work. And that's where people says like, oh, you guys are mad that there was no cameos. Again, I don't fucking care about cameos. Um my biggest issue was just making sense of this universe with what they want to do. And you know, I think Chris is like not a bad character to follow. I just think my biggest issue with him is like he's just so fucking stupid. That like so much of like what he of some of the conflicts that he's going through is just because he's stupid and nothing else. Um, But there were interesting ideas, and I really felt like they should have leaned more into the like ironically they should have leaned more into the Nazi world.
I mean, yeah,
Or
they literally set up like crystal clear that his brother would come back, and he's just not never like not.
yeah, it's like, oh, that
It's
could be a season 3 thing. It's like, why do you want that to be a season 3 thing?
like, huh, what?
And
It's
then
not gonna mean anything if it shows up in like fucking Man of Tomorrow or something. I hope he doesn't.
yeah. Yeah, but get ready for the pillar of the DCU being
No,
Rick Flag Sr.
no.
Bro has more appearances than Wonder Woman.
Oh, that's depressing.
Yeah, but like as Operation said at the beginning, you know, we're gonna be in a year now, like where they're actually gonna have some projects that are not written and directed by James Gunn. I will say from this year, 2025, from Creature Commandos to Superman to Peacemaker season 2, it's been pretty rough in my opinion. I know people love Superman. I understand. I'm not oblivious to that, but I just can't really like Superman for a lot of reasons in terms of like I just did not really vibe with the character in terms of like how how Gunn views the character, and two, how the character kind of doesn't really go past so much of like being good is good, and you know doing that with the L's and all that stuff just to prop up the Kents and all that stuff. And I don't know, and this whole stuff about how this is the Lois movie and Lois is barely a character. My hot take is that I just don't really like the Lois stuff in the movie. That's not to say I still think I still think the three of them with David, Nick, and Rachel are like excellently cast. I just think they're horribly written. But again, that all that stuff is in that video for when we talked about it. Creature Commandos, though, I really don't understand when people say it's good. Like I genuinely cannot fathom that idea at all. I thought all the characters sucked. I did not like one character. Honestly, like one of my things is like I can't really identify a character that I liked there. I mean, in this show, in Peacemaker, I guess I didn't mind Augie and Keith, to be honest. And Chris is not horrible. I'm not gonna say he's horrible, but I do think he just has a lot
Horrible
of
moments.
issues though. He has his moments for sure. But I definitely like Keith and Augie in terms of that. I like Keith the most, I would say. He just barely had screen time, and that was disappointing.
Just yeah.
Creature Commandos, though, I can't list one character. No, I can't do it. I'm not gonna pretend. At least Superman had Mr. Terrific. He's still the best character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But yeah,
say
we're gonna get lanterns. I'm
uh,
not a fan of like any of the creatives or the writers or the actors that they got. Well, let me specify the actors. I like the actors. I don't like their castings for the
yeah,
characters that they're.
yeah.
Yeah, but like the writers, like well, you got Tom fuck.
Mhm. Where?
The pillars of the DCU being Tom
Okay.
Rick Flag Sr.
This yeah. We are in the darkest timeline.
It's kind of funny because like Snyder fans like, oh yeah, I have to
You have to what? You cut out. Oh, guess we're having technical issues.
Yeah. So I'm gonna I need to do my patented thing just to reestablish like what my channel and what I stand for. But do you have any other thoughts about this season?
Um, Maybe because I'm tired, but I got nothing else right now.
Yeah.
Yay! Squidward's on my side!
I most certainly am not.
Then that means he's on my side.
No, SpongeBob, I'm not on your side either. I'm on nobody's side.
Just gotta remind every time we do a DCU
SpongeBob
DCU
incorrect.
project now.
My darkest time mission. Oh, thank you, Sty. Well, at the very least, I think I can't say that because we're not free from the yapping.
Yeah, we're just funny. We're getting Lanterns written by Tom King. We're getting Woman of Tomorrow, which is inspired by Tom King's story, and then we're getting Clayface. Clayface looks pretty good, but I'm not gonna yeah, Rick Flag Senior's thinking about sending him to the Phantom
Yeah,
Zone
he's gonna
for breaking
push
his
him
back.
in salvation. Yeah. This is for my back.
This is for my back. My backy.
My back.
No, in Supergirl, then he sends Lobo into the.
So yes, his name in salvation. Oh yeah, he'll just keep popping up things, sending a character there every project. Was Sinestro going there? Lanterns, geriatric Sinestro.
Yeah, 60-year-old Sinestro. With 60-year-old guy to be.
How? Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, guy's not that far behind.
how's stuff. All right, I'm gonna call it a night. My technical
night
coming in. Peacemaker, I didn't really like it, but if I were to rank it in terms of the other two projects, I think Peacemaker has higher highs than Superman. I think it's between these two for sure. But I think the lows of this season, I think like one of my problems is like I think this one had more consistency for Gunn's like kind of style. One because Gunn can really benefit off a character that he turned into an OC, so it's like he can do well with that, I would say. Whereas Superman is at least got some of his like his own isms that he has to deal with that you can't really get away from it. Like even if you were trying to make some OC decisions, but like you still have to be in the realm of Superman because of Superman. But Peacemaker, so like one of the biggest low for me is just like that finale is just like it really felt like you're putting another season of television into one episode into the finale that while it's like, yeah, I know the season was building up this from Rick Flag's side, but the thing is like that's not really doing anything. It's like it felt like a different show altogether, especially with the whole dimension hopping and all that stuff. And it's not really important until the salvation reveal. We're setting up the DCU, and it's like that's kind of my problem now. It's like the whole thing is like we're having projects now. It's like where you don't really have to watch any of the episodes. You don't have to watch the movies really. You just have to watch the last like 5 minutes just to see what is that sequel tease, and that's it.
Yeah.
What is the point of like investing into the characters and what they're going through if like really everything you need is just the last 5 minutes of the what is that plot twist that's going to happen, and that's it. So that's my biggest downside. But I do think I think I'll still put Peacemaker above Superman in the end, because I still think some of the individual scenes in there, like especially with Peacemaker, Keith and Augie, in the 7th episode, I still think like that's like a much stronger moment in general compared to some of the things that like Superman gets praised for, like especially the I mean, the Kent farm scene is like it's nice, but like I just don't like it from the standpoint of like what did it have to come from with the L's to shit on the L's to prop up the Kents? And again, I could be fine with that, but it's just like it's just a dumb way to like do this whole like, oh, we need to get rid of this whole legacy thing or this whole like destiny thing when that's a movie problem, not a comic problem. So it's like you didn't have to conform to that, but you did anyway. And I don't know, it's just I can't really respect that. But again, I mean, obviously, I had way more to say, but that's for another day. I think Peacemaker I would put above. I'm not putting numbers on it. I'm not a numbers person personally. Creature Commandos is still really shit. Like really shit. Again, I didn't like, and people kept saying about like Rick Flag Jr. about like, oh, like what a big change. He was a likable character. No, he sucked in Creature Commandos too. He sucked there too. It's just he was a less. Nah, actually, it was pretty bad. He was like generic good boy.
He sucked in a different way.
They referred to him as a Boy Scout in Creature Commandos. So
Yeah.
a Boy Scout who folds easily.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then this season did have like my blood boiling for like how they did Rick Flag Jr. Because it was absolutely unnecessary. It did absolutely nothing, and that is something that is really bad about this season. But that's Peacemaker season 2. Maybe the next 2026 year will be better without Gunn writing, because again, I don't think he's a bad writer, but you can tell like he did this, he said he did 650 pages in 1 year within Peacemaker 2,
Shows.
Superman, and Creature Commandos, and you can absolutely tell. You can absolutely tell that. I think he just needs to space out his writing and all that stuff. But the thing is, like, he already rushed out Man of Tomorrow, so I don't think he's going to learn his lesson. That's kind of the problem. But yeah, I don't want to hold you. So thanks for watching. Subscribe to another Reviews Court podcast, Red Devil Dose Reviews, Unity Review and Analysis. And I will see you another time.
Good night,
Goodbye,
everybody.
everybody.